Hey there, pals, and welcome back to some more Terraria. I've really got to get like an actual spawn point bed up here. We are back in 1.4.5, which means, not you, handsome goblin jump scare. So yeah, I have done. Keen observers may notice some slight changes. I have done a tiny bit since last time, mostly just growing plants. I relocated them out of the underworld because they weren't growing, because apparently they grow faster on the surface. Some other minor things, you may notice that, hey, that's weird, the Dryad's back up here, not in the jungle. Why is that? Well, oh, hey, yeah, little arrows things. I've added a little jungle spawn area over here. And without 3 NPCs, we no longer get the full town benefits of only getting critters. Now we can get actual jungle mobs or jungle drops, like vines and jungle spores and stingers. Well, the spores don't. Well, the spores will spawn anyway, but the point is we can get jungle drops, which is potentially quite useful. Because, among other things, I would like an ivy whip, I think. Because I've still got the slime hook, which is silly. I could have at least made a gem hook, my god. But the ivy whip would be pretty nice. But that's going to need some more time for jungle grass to spread. Is that a... No, that's just a... Oh, right, that's a thing. So I'm going to have some difficulties with my sword now. Because now when I let go of the phase blade, I really let go of the phase blade. It kind of just, goes. So I will probably want to consider acquiring a different melee weapon soon. Because that could be problems. But for now, our main objective for the day... Not you. We are going to be committing angler fraud. The much, Oh, right, there's tombstones about. I was like, why is there still a tombstone? Oh, that's not mine. We're going to be committing angler fraud. So let's start off with a quest. Underground and caverns. We should be able to do that. I think that one doesn't have an actual biome requirement. I think that's just, height-based. Doesn't need to be pure, I don't think. Before I go down, let me actually grab my fishing rod. That's kind of important. Fishing, fishing, fishing. We're not gonna need, like, the sonar potions and stuff for this, I don't think. Let's grab the Sitting Ducks fishing pole. And let's grab our journeyman bait. I do wish I could drop down without grabbing the rope. It's probably a way, I just don't know what it is. This is probably still surface layer. I don't have the depth meter. Where's a big enough body of water? Probably that one down there. Do-do-do. Do-do-do-do. Do-do-do-do. Do-do-do-do-do-do-do-do. Oh, yeah, and given that I've already even made a hole here, that's even better. Oh, right, I don't have water walking or anything. Bias. Wait, what am I doing? I'm supposed to be minion mixing. That's a thing. And I looked it up, and apparently that's actually optimal, is to use multiple different types of minions. Spiderfish, perfect. Flop. Have the fish. Alright, so our plan is we want to try and get a golden bug net from this guy. A golden bug net. And then we can catch underworld critters. And then we will be able to use those to go lava fishing. Which means we will be able to get obsidian crates. Which, new in 1.4.5, can contain hellstone. That's kind of a big deal for us. But we have a bit of a problem. We can only do one quest per day. Or can we? Let me just rename to Space Cowboy. Why, I'm a complete stranger. We've never met before, Mr. Angler. As it happens. You don't know me. You've definitely not given me a quest today. Hey, what's up? Oh, well, get a spiderfish. How about that? Interesting. Interesting you would suggest such a thing to me. So this is Anglertrod, as I'm calling it. Your progression on the status of whether or not you've completed a quest is not part of your actual character data. Rather, it is something that the world checks based on your character name. Not like your character ID, just your character name. Since you can rename your character, you can just be like, give me another one. So we're going to be doing a lot of that. Also, new fishing graphics. Oh, golden crate. Oh, right. Where are my minions? Hello? Oh, right, because I logged out. That's annoying. Let's try Frogger first, I think. This way, Phase Blade. Oh my god. Can I, like... Nope, goodbye. Alright, having just the one minion is going to be a problem. So I will have to remember to use the bewitching table between fishings. Especially when Frogger gets stuck. Bro. What is that? Hello? Okay, painting, I guess. Oh, some bait, parentheses, master. I don't like that it's making the same water noise as something is on your hook. Actually, they've changed the water noise for hook catch. Bias. My faceplate actually doing some good work right now. Never mind, I take it back, I like it. Goodbye, Frogger. Oh, it expires. Interesting. I guess that's good to know. Can't just leave my lightsaber on the floor forever. Another Sea of Silence. Why do I get the feeling this is going to be a regular thing? Hey, you see what I did there? Paintings and wall deck. I want the Shark Tooth Trophy. Oh, Fisherman's Pocket Guide. That's 60 fishing power. Before I change my name again, I want to check something real quick as far as materials. To see whether or not I already have something in particular. What was... Okay, I don't know why they just exploded. Okay, so I do have beeswax. Interesting. I'm gonna make something with that, actually. Let me pull up the new crafting window! Let's go armor. I would like to make one bee headgear, please. Yes, we are going to actually surrender our set bonus. Actually, I'm going to grab that back real quick. Can I also make the other thing yet, or do I need more? Hornet staff. There we go. We are actually going to be replacing Abigail, unfortunately. Oh, it's an unpleasant hornet staff. I'll only put Abigail away. I look ridiculous. Equipable misc. I don't have an armor chest. That's kind of funny. Let's fix that. Nope, not chest armor. Just armor. I can actually put the... put the ninja hood in there. Not that I'm planning on using the ninja hood, but... Wrong chest. There we go. Yes, so I have some plans on what I would like to get for my armor. Let me pull up my little note doc. I'd like to get a gi and molten legs. I'm also going to attempt to get Knight's Edge, which is another reason we're going to want the words are failing me. Hellstone. Also, just for a second, let's have Abigail too. She's going to go away when we relog and change her name again, but real quick, I actually would like to try and reforge these because there's a new modifier now for summoning weapons. Ding. Oh, that's a thing also, by the way. Ding. It's not subtle. Where did... Oh my god, I almost threw it out. Why did that happen? But let's relog. We're not Space Cowboy. We're Space Cowboy. Once again, we are a stranger to the angler. Never met us before in his life. Hello, sir. We've never met. Give me a quest. Wow, a spiderfish! What a shocker. I don't know, chat. Did you see that one coming? I tried to hold down to drop to a platform that wasn't there, and then I grabbed back onto the rope again. Apparently the space gun actually got a slight upgrade as well. I've considered going for the gray Zappinator as an upgrade to the space gun, but since I'm not using the full set of Meteor armor anymore, as you can see, I'm going for a different build. I forgot to do the thing, but it's okay, because I can still do that without having to use the table. Oh, well that was fast. Journeyman bait. Neat. However, it is not a golden fishing net, so let's become Space Cowboy. I believe it's a 1 in 80 chance that any given quest gives us the golden fishing net. Let me guess, you want a spiderfish. Wow, I think I actually don't even need to go talk to him. I think it is possible to catch the quest fish without even speaking to him first. So, we may just start doing that. Oh, there is a platform there. So I did go through it, and then... yeah, okay. What was that? Just kind of hung in midair for a second. Gotta put some Yorches down at the spot, just so that it's harder to... Whoops! Accidentally go past. That was quite the hooking. Do 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 do. I think this pool isn't actually full size, but oh well. Good enough. I could probably just, like... Is it considered bigger now? Does that count? Honestly, it might. Wasn't paying attention to the specific numbers, but... Spiderfish. It showed a gold crate, but no. There we go. Will now be Space Cowboy 2. Hi Loon, welcome in. We're doing angler fraud. You also have a silly little bee hat. We're transitioning to a new build. We're not going full summoner, we're going like hybrid. But just having minions is nice. It gives me an extra minion slot so I can have 2 without having to remember to touch the bewitching table. And then later on, I'll get an imp as well. Leave my lightsaber right there. Oh, hey, a spiderfish! I wonder if anyone would like this. We did not even speak to the angler. Hey, would you like this fish I found? Angler hat. Nice. Increases fishing power, but it's the hat, so we'll hold off for now. We might be Space Cowboy too. Who can say? Certainly not I, and certainly not the angler. Do 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 do. Throw my sword. Yeesh. Hold on, I'm getting a spam text. I am not, in fact, going to run for local office. I don't know if you guys knew this, but I do not have political ambitions. You see that just now? That's why I throw my sword. That's not me dropping it, that's me, like, that's a thing the sword can just do. As soon as I stop swinging it, it gets thrown. That's a new feature of the phase blades. Which is, gonna take some getting used to. Yoink. Hey, Angler, I mysteriously sensed you wanted this fish. It comes back to me when I click again. Or after a certain amount of time. Do. Yes, that's how I'm committing angler fraud. I said this a little earlier. So the way the game tracks if you've done a quest for the angler on any given day is the game just keeps a list of names. Like, it's not checking your character ID or anything, it's just checking a list of character names. So if your name does not match the names on the, the names saved in the list, the angler's like, oh, I've never seen you before. I did mention this earlier, you just weren't here yet. I told the empty room. I thought I did. I put an exclamation point on the end, didn't I? Dip spider fish. There we go. Goldfish trophy. I don't need to go back up to the pylon, I can just do that. Yeah. Efficiency and all that. Yay, stinkfish, yay. Everyone loves stinkfish. How late in the night is it? Do I even have time to get another spiderfish? I may not. Nope. It's a new day. Oh, I forgot to... Did it just stop blooming? Great. Oh, little exclamation point. Now we can have another cake. Now I need to actually see what the angler wants, because I don't know anymore. It's no longer a spiderfish. A scarabfish. Cool, we can do that. Through the desert. Something nice and easy. We can get a lot of these done, I bet. Well, then we're going to need our minions. We don't have to go down the mine shaft. Carrotfish, perfect. Oop. rock lobster. Meow. Scabfish. Oh, this is going to be a great... This is going to be an efficient one. Oh, super absorbent sponge. That's nice. That's quite nice. And another trophy. Where do I even put this? I guess in tools? That makes sense, right? This cowboy too. I can start reusing old names again now that we've cycled through New Day, but I don't have to. I could also just name myself 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, but that's boring. You know what, for now I am going to put the Eggler hat on, actually. Actually, no, what I'm going to do... Gear set 2, and also equip the pocket guide there. Oops. Not too enthusiastic. Oh, an iron crate. I love that you could see stuff like crates swimming around as well. Let me tell you, it's very funny when you see a can of Joja Cola shyly deciding if it wants to nibble on your fishing rod. Angler vest. Well then, let's throw that on too. Quick stack. More flounder. Well, it's not more flounder, more fish. Time to become another stranger. Asterisk. I don't know. I'm running out of clever ideas. Not that I've really had them in the first place, but I'm really running out of ideas. Oh yeah, I see the balloon pufferfish in the water. Oh, traveling merchants. I will definitely be saying hello to them. They actually have several items I would like. I believe. Yes, they've got the gi, they've got the roller skates. Where has the merchant actually gone is the question. Are they in the forest? Nope. They're not at the jungle. Oh, they're at the ocean. Perfect. Hey, Simon. Bait, parentheses, master. For a second, I thought that was the gi, and I was so excited that it was going to be, like, an easy, immediate... No. Oh, by the way, while I'm here, I can also grab A couple of Meteor Head banners I've picked up. Put those away. Did they re-sprite them, actually? I think they did. I don't think they were slender like that before. And Space Cowboy 3. I'm gonna just start numbering it. It's easier to keep track that way, so I don't repeat any. A little boring, but functional. Oops, there it goes. Speaking of which, I believe now you no longer need a toilet for that particular Fish 5 fishing boost. You can just use a chair. Carrot fish. Jorb. Seaweed planter. Is that a... Nah, it's just a furniture thing. Into a chest you go. In case you're wondering why I'm carrying around a thing of purification powder, it's for when I'm eventually checking on the jungle. We inevitably get a quest we can't do, because we don't have the biome for it, like snow or something. It's so I can get the mystic slime. Oh, that was nice. First try. Hey. Fish. Quick stock, got a painting. This is so silly. This is what this is. This truly is angler fraud. Oops. A little too enthusiastic there. Oh, keen observers of the minimap may notice that the desert now extends a bit further to the left. This is my hope that this may be enough. Okay, well he can't get out of here now, lol. It is my hope that that will be enough to cause antlions to spawn. Though really I should probably just go to the underground desert. I think that still spawns desert enemies, even if they are, like, stronger ones. Ocean too deep, can't escape. That's what I get for switching to a different setup without any of my movement accessories. Now, I have not actually tested if this extra strip of land can spawn antlions. I don't know if we will be today, either. We'll see. I just realized there's a very real likelihood that we get the golden fishing pole today. Also, hi, welcome in. I forgot to actually say, ooh, a crate. I just heard a toot-toot outside. Good fish. What's in our crate? Dune Rider boots. Like 27 gold ore. My goodness. Angler pets. Very nice, very nice. Full set. Set bonus. This is wall deck. And then accessories. Dune Rider boots. So I'm sure Simon will catch on eventually. I'll enjoy your lurk. Oh, that was fast. It's a shame that I haven't been numbering from the start, because now I don't know how many times it's actually been. Simon just thinks the Space Cowboy family is very large. True. Me and my 5,000 identical twins. We all love to fish so badly. Wheel! So much wall deco from fishing quests. Space Cowboy 9 million. The aquatic scorpions. Truly a remarkable species. Oh, there it is. Shark Teeth Trophy. I think we already had one of those. Sure did. Space Cowboy 10,000. Hello, sir, may I help you? We have a grebe. Oh, scared fish. Hey, golfer, would you like to buy a grebe? No, did wrong one. I almost sold the quest fish. No value. Space Cowboy 11. There it goes. I think they should add axolotls to Terraria. No particular reason, I just think they're neat. Oh, bottomless water bucket. That's useful. Party time's over. Sorry I had to find out this way. Scabfish. Oops, wrong house. You may not like it, but this is what peak fishing performance looks like. Depending on how long we're going, we might end up going Space Cowboys 66, and then I'll skip to 68, and then skip to 70, and nobody will be happy with this. Speaking of nobody will be happy with this, get out of here. Go away. I'm accidentally adding Loon. Let's get rid of that. More background deco. Put it next to our 35 Holly. Can you imagine how funny it would have been if 1.4.5 had added a secret seed that is explicitly just all meteorite by sheer coincidence? I do think the planetoids secret seed would probably make for a fun Meteor World 2 eventually, someday. But obviously not yet, especially since T-Edit isn't updated yet. But you know, if I ever go insane and decide I want to do Meteor World Master Mode or something, if I do that, that will definitely be explicitly a multiplayer-only series. Oh hey, the golden fishing rod. I guess we'll sell the sitting duck's fishing pole. Who thought we were going to get the golden fishing pole anytime soon? Certainly not me. But it is the wrong golden tool, Mr. Simon. I see an individual frog leg swimming around. Oh, mermaid outfit. Vanity. Do 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 do. If there is ever an edited down version of this series, I need like this whole sequence to be like overlaid with that one Rain Radio TV bit with Joshua and just Josh just saying Cowboys and increasing numbers. Cowboys 4, Cowboys 5, Cowboys 8, still great. Oh, high test fishing line. Slap that on, that's a very nice one to have. Story of Cowboys. Cowboy 20. Gag. Oh, I forgot that I have 4 skeletons in that chest. I just briefly see it out of the corner of my eye when I sort the chest. It's like, oh, that's bones. That's human bones. Perfect for putting on a wall. That's a great conversation piece. I like how our amount of bait has been gradually going up as we've been doing this. We've actually been profiting bait. I think if we were doing bait parentheses master, that would not be the case, but... Y'all want to be a frickin' fish? That's strong chest. That's the chest. I think that makes it pretty unambiguous that this is the fishing outfit, right? Wow, that looks just like the fish outfit I just gave to one of your other identical cousins. Like, wow, what a coincidence. Funny how these things work, isn't it, kid? I'm gonna be so sad when the next one is like snow biome or something. Hiding the minimap for now so I can more easily see the moon. Another bottomless water bucket. Interesting. I don't know what I'm going to do with the second one, given that the first one is bottomless, but I have it. I don't think they can be shimmered. Can they? Maybe they can. I don't know. I'd have to look it up. Maybe our last one for the day-night cycle. We will have to relocate. Moon's barely on screen, come on! There we go. Oof. That was close. Oh boy, 4:30 a.m. Hey, what's your quest today? Caught in honey. Okay, interesting. We finally get to expand our honey pool. Which means I'm briefly going to go back to my normal outfit. I feel like I should expand the lava one too, just preemptively. Oops, goodbye. There it goes. How wide did I make this? Six. That's weird. I don't like that at all. Oh, yep, there goes my sword. But whatever, I guess we're doing 36. No, we're not. I hate that, actually. 34, 33, 32, 31, 30. Then I'll sponge up the excess and bottomless bucket. Make sure it's 10 high. I'm just kidding. Bothering me that the tiles are now flooded, so... This distance is correct. And then it should be 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. I didn't count how many blocks are up here, so let's start that over again. 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. Okay, perfect. We're not gonna get a lot of fishing in today because we're, you know, building our ponds, but that's okay. We are drenching Spiffo. exactly 300 tiles of water. No more, no less. This one will eventually be lava. When I get around to it. Let me just get my lads out real quick. And this one will be honey. This is going to take a while. We may not even have time to do honey fishing today. Let me just check. Bottomless honey bucket. Can you be shimmered? No. Ironically enough, we could actually get the bottomless honey bucket from this quest. Once we have enough honey, we need at least 50 tiles of honey, which means basically 2.5 blocks high. Or a bit over, actually, because it's 20 wide, so it'll be 20, then 40, then... Oh yeah, 2.5. So once we get to that point, I'll just go ahead and start fishing in it, even with the lower fishing power. So we can hopefully get that bottomless honey bucket and fill this thing up properly. Whether we will do that before the day finishes cycling, I don't know. Hold on, I have 6 messages. Who's messaging me? Oh, it's Red. Lol, they walked all the way to the temple and forgot the key. That's what we call a skill issue. Right? Can't help but not my fishing loadout. Not enough water. Yep. Honey duping, it's so slow. I'm definitely getting the bottomless bucket before I make this thing optimal. Good lord. I'm gonna put down a little marker here. That's how much honey we need before we can fish in it. If you could move, Spiffo. Coating him in honey. I don't think we're catching a bumblebee tuna today, guys. I mean, unless, like... You know what? We are, but not here. We're gonna book it, chat. We're gonna book it. Come on. I miss having wings so bad. Where's my... I think we're gonna just have to dig straight there. Look for gold chest on the right. I don't remember digging through this little house. That's funny. Ah, here's the spot. To the right. Oh, I should have brought a mining potion. Or where am I? Oh my god, did I actually... Because I put the fishing rod on my bar, I put my calming potions away. Of course I did. Absolutely typical. Why am I not mining that block? Because it's not a block. Okay. Hurry, gotta book it. Well, there's some honey. Ah. Dig fast, dig fast. It'd be so nice when we get Hellstone and I can actually make a molten pickaxe. Okay, if I see the words not enough water, I'm gonna be so mad. Ah. I'll be mad about that too. My minions weren't doing their job. Alright, this is fine. We can just go fast. Doesn't grab a calming potion. At least we finished mining our way there. Oh, right, that's also a problem, as I don't have the frickin'... No! That was not my fishing rod. Muscle memory. I don't have the obsidian shield on the fishing outfit. If that's gonna be the difference, I'm gonna be very mad. Of course, I can't tell what time it is now, so I just kind of have to keep fishing and hope that I get it. I can't check if it's daytime or not without leaving, basically. Bumblebee tuna. Go, 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 go. Please be the bottomless honey bucket. On the first try. Come on. Honey absorbent sponge. No. We still have time. In lighter news, that means that when we eventually get a lava absorbent sponge, we can combine them into the ultra absorbent sponge. And save 2 spots. Come on, Bumblebee tuna. I know there's not a lot of catches available in honey. Yes, okay. Come on, Simon. Honey absorbent sponge. No! Wrong again. 26. I do not need 2 honey absorbent sponges, sir. I'm not calling him sir. He's a child and he's mean to me. this chest anyway. Whatever, I'll take it. Honeyfin, no. Nice to have, but no. Come on. Ugh, line broke because I'm not on my fishing set because I don't want to burn to death. On Bumblebee Tuna. Just a random extra painting in the wall. I will ignore it. Honeyfin, come on. It's not what I wanted. Honeyfin! Come on. Literally the only other thing I can catch. Come on. Come on. Ugh. Honeyfin. Bumblebee Tuna. Weather radio. Oh, great. I mean, nice, I guess it's a material, but no. Dude, give me the bottomless honey bucket. It's probably gonna be our last chance for a while. Fin. Honeyfin. Gotta get it quick. Honeyfin. Bumblebee Tuna. Bucket, 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 bucket. Bottomless honey bucket. Oh, thank goodness. We don't really get to make use of it tonight, but at least we have it. And I can put the weather radio on here. And now it's day. That's the margin of time we had. Oh, my sword just came back. Flew all the way here. Cool, that's sorted. These away here on account of I don't really have space for them in the chest here. I'm putting the honey fin in potions, just the same as I am with eggnog. Two spikes can go in there. Anyway, let's see what the angler has this cycle. Batfish. Never mind, the traveling merchant is here. By here, I mean somewhere. Nothing. I can't believe I made a town in the my cavern pylon right above the underworld, only for them to then add an underworld pylon like a few weeks later. Not even. Yeah, well. Hey, no, that's not the spot. This is the spot. God, what a look. Oh, batfish, there we go. Golden fishing net? Nope. Well, not called that anyway. Space Cowboy 28. I wish summons persisted between logins. And the Bewitched buff and stuff like that. Because some buffs do persist, but not those ones. Oop, no. Right, I don't have my double jump in this outfit. Nope, wrong button. Taking off my hotbar just so I don't keep doing that. Can you tell what button my fishing rod is usually on my other character? I'll give you a hint, it's the one that my ice mirror is on here. Why didn't you double jump? You have the accessories. I almost did it again, by the way. Frogger, what are you doing? Sir! I almost did it again. I do everything myself around here. Golden bug net! There we go. Angler fraud complete. Why did that happen? Put that away and that away for now. Ah. Okay. Now, however, we have a new issue. Which is now we need to actually get lava critters to spawn. Which means it's time for this again. Oh, way scarier. Good news, at least, is it's significantly less blocks to mine. The things we do in Meteor World, am I right? I should probably rename myself back to Space Cowboy. And not Space Cowboy 28 or whatever I am now. Now you might be thinking, why not just get a lava absorbent sponge? And I would, but it comes from lava fishing. So we still have to do this first. quick. I'm going to take a detour and go from the other side. Fire range on the right. I think that's the right altitude. Looks right. Oh, hey, there comes my faceplate. And now I'm going to go without the obsidian skin potion for a little bit, which is going to be very scary. I'm basically just going to hollow this out. I know I don't really need to go without the obsidian skin, but, I mean, it's more efficient or something. I do wish that the sword throw was optional. So, y'all clenching yet, now that my obsidian skin is worn off? I have more, but... Dogger, what are you doing? I love how you can get stuck on a block you can't see, and by love I mean loathe. Whew. I know I'm safe, but this is a little scary still. Just in principle. It's just nice having different music, you know? $17,600th meteor head. Other mining potion. I think I said this in the Discord server, but I actually discovered a 1.4.5 change that is not on the wiki yet. Sorry, type that for a second. Got pinged. So remember before we were looking at all the different planter boxes, and they're all interchangeable, but they all have different progression-based unlocks for some reason, despite being just cosmetic changes. And we discovered that the Fire Blossom one is post-Wall of Flesh for some reason. It is a hard mode only one, which is a little silly. And I guess the devs thought so too, because when I logged in a little earlier before we started just to check on a few things, I discovered that I could suddenly buy Fire Blossom planter boxes, despite very much still being free Wall of Flesh. So the requirements have been changed, and I think that may be undocumented. So that's fascinating. So I basically just went to the wiki and was like, hey, can you guys, like, figure this out? What happened here? Thank you. Added a verify tag to it. A little spooky for a second there. Did hit a block I did not mean to, but it was okay. Stretchy, stretchy. Still digging. Just in case you all didn't notice. Only so much I can really say about it. How y'all holding up? Bigger stretch. I think to break up the monotony, once this mining potion runs out in 5 minutes, I think I still technically have one more, but I'm gonna try going to the underground, I almost said underground jungle, the underground desert, to see if I can, in fact, get antlion mandibles that way. Because if I can, that would be very good to know. Plus, you know, fighting some underground desert enemies would be much more interesting, I think, for the content. I'm sure y'all wouldn't mind mixing it up a bit either. That's why it's definitely starting at the top and digging downwards. A minute left on the mining buff. Think we can get this whole chunk. Froggers sure aren't helping. One of those weird paintings. What even is that? What's that from? That must be new. Five, 4, 3, 2, 1. Almost. Sea of Silence. What is the Sea of Silence? Sea of Silence. Sea of Silence. Dropped by Meteor Heads. Okay, cool. So it's Meteor Head Banner 2. With a 1 in 100 chance. I wonder if it still drops in hard mode. Head on down, down, down. To just past our fishing spot, actually. Tea time. Vroom. We just end that there. Traveling merchant has arrived. Interesting. Timing is not ideal for that. Hey, look, an antlion charger. Ow. Oh, a boss statue. Hello, sir. Do you drop mandibles by any chance? You sure do. I like to see that. Oh, and so do you. Even better. I think I already got. Yeah, I already got the golfer. Oh, nice. This is still technically desert for some reason. Don't know why, but we take it. Sure, we take it. What's that? Thunder Zapper. Alright. And another one. Ah, they don't have the same, they don't have the same modifier, so they aren't stacking. There's someone anyway. Alright, that's 6 antlion mandibles. That should be enough. let's see. Is this all close enough that I can just kind of... Nice. Where was it? Where is it? Might not be close enough for that one, actually. Nope, what do I need for mining potion? Loud keyboard noises, blink root, and antlion mandibles. And where did the mandibles even go? Somewhere. Mining potion. Nice. That'll do, very much so. Let's grab like 5 more of those. And I accidentally put my obsidian skin away, so let's grab that. Oh, ladybugs. Ugh, we're not even close to done, though. Would it be cruel to call in the excavation squad for this? I mean, we have plenty of potions now, but... I haven't even finished over there yet. It's a little satisfying breaking down all these like thin walls and watching the lava go everywhere, though. Losing track of where I am. Lost in the forbidden hot sauce. Oh right, the traveling merchant. I totally forgot to check what he had. I hope he didn't have the key. Not that I'll ever know. So we'll just go ahead and assume he didn't have it, for my sanity. Coming along too badly. Maybe, like, what, a third of the way done? So I have a question for anyone who's still lurking, but that does mean that you're going to need to stop lurking for a sec to let me know that you're still lurking. Oh, the blood moon is rising. I already got advanced combat techniques last time, I think. So I don't need to worry about doing it now. If you're lurking, you legally have to tell me. So my question was, I was thinking of putting on a YouTube video series in the background that you'll be able to hear of how strong is the Terrarian? Like, what's your maximum lifting capacity? Calculating the weight of everything. Alright, that sounds, and oh neat sounds good enough to me. I'll pull it up. Schmedley. Assigned Neza. I don't know what a Neza is, but let's see.
Now this is the real debate. Hey friends, for almost a year now, I've been slowly chipping away at a problem that has plagued humanity's greatest minds for decades. How much can Minecraft Steve really lift? That series still isn't over because I've been meticulously going over every detail of the game. But every time I release a new episode of it, there is one question that keeps coming up. What about the other block game? So, since it's been requested so much, both by comments and on Discord, server link in the description, come say hi, let's talk about it. If I use the same rules and give Terraria the same treatment, how much can the Terrarian lift? First, let's go over those rules so we're all on the same page. Number 1, I don't like infinity. If an item can be interpreted in different ways, and one of them involves it weighing an infinite amount, I'm gonna go with a different one. The only time this really matters in Terraria is with the infinite water bucket and items like it, all of which either physically contain infinite mass, magically create mass on the fly, or contain some kind of pocket dimension or wormhole to another place with lots of stuff in it. In the interest of properly comparing our two characters, since I already declared that despite game mechanics, this bucket doesn't contain infinite water, neither will this one. For my second major rule, I am assuming both that items in the inventory have mass, and that crafting recipes conserve mass, unless there's significant evidence otherwise, such as two recipes being contradictory. And finally, I'm not including anything that falls outside of normal vanilla gameplay, like mods, hacks, bugs, commands, and I guess journey mode? Unlike creative mode though, I don't think journey mode adds anything problematic. There are also some more specific rulings, but I'll reference those as they come up. With all the bookkeeping out of the way, let's check out our inventory. Luckily, the mechanics of this world are a lot more straightforward when it comes to picking stuff up. There's no boat stacking, no lead lifting, and no carrying around arrows stuck in you. All that to say, the only things we need to worry about weighing is whatever ends up in these slots. We can divide them up into two main areas for equipped items and the rest, and then further separate some sections based on the type of items that they can hold. Let's start with the coins, because it has the fewest items to consider. There's only 4 things that can go in these slots, and all of them have a very obvious material. The heaviest one out of them is platinum, which has a density of 1,340 pounds per cubic foot, so we're already halfway to the mass of the coins. By the way, Terraria defaults to using imperial units, so for this video, I'll put aside my differences and do the same. The other thing we need to figure out the mass is the volume of a single coin item, which is a little more complicated, so hear me out. We can place coins on the ground, and if we do, they look like this, meaning each coin item actually represents a pile of coins. The pile doesn't have a consistent size, but in order to maximize the final result, we'll assume that every coin always represents the biggest possible pile, which looks like this. Looking at this texture more closely, it appears to be 8 layers of coins alternating between 2 patterns. Beyond that, there isn't a whole lot of information to work with, but judging from what we can see, I think if this texture was in 3D and we looked at it from the top, it would look something like this, with 4 of the layers having 4 coins in this diamond pattern and the other 4 having 5 coins in this X pattern, for a total of 36 coins. According to the item icons, only the copper coins are perfect circles, but they all look identical when placed in the piles, so I'm sticking with circles. Now, we need to figure out how big each coin is. Let's take a closer look at my 5-coin pattern. We see in the texture that the coins in the corners are as far to each side of the block as they can be. So, we can model it with the block edges like this. In order to figure out how wide each circle is, we can plot this.
I didn't realize how much he was going to be basically be going, look at the screen! It's fine, use your imagination.
On a Cartesian coordinate system, which is the regular one you learned about in middle school. That puts the bottom left corner at coordinates 0, 0, and since blocks in Terraria have a side length of 2 feet, that puts the center of the square, which is also the center of the middle circle, at 1, 1. With all that set up, this diagonal right here is the key to measuring our circles, because we can now measure it using the distance formula. If we label the radius r, that puts the center of this circle at coordinates r, r, meaning the distance from this center to the center is the square root of 1 minus r squared plus 1 minus r squared. If we simplify that a bit and set it equal to 2r, since the diagonal is also 2 times the radius of the coins, we can simplify that to get this, which means the radius is approximately 0.414 feet. Looking back at the texture, each coin is a single pixel tall, and there are 8 pixels in 2 feet, making each pixel 3 inches or 1/4 of a foot. So, to find the volume of our cylindrical coins, we can use this formula for volume, plug in the radius, use 1/4 for the height, and get a single coin with a volume just over 0.1 cubic feet, and our total 36-coin stack with a volume just under 5 cubic feet. Now, we can multiply that by the density of platinum from earlier and find that a single platinum coin item has a mass of 6,500 pounds, a stack of 9,999 of them are altogether 65 million pounds, and 4 stacks to fill up our coin slots total up to 260 million pounds. 5 minutes in, and we're done with a single item, so let's quickly move on to ammo. Nothing really stands out for ammo as being super heavy. Coins could be on top again, since they are ammunition for the coin gun, but they can't go in the ammo slots. And sand blocks are worth noting based only on them being 8 cubic feet of stuff, a good bit bigger than most bullets, but they also can't go in the ammo slots. Digging through some old forums, I saw fallen stars mentioned a few times. Some people seem to think that these are literal suns falling to the ground, but according to the precedent I set with Minecraft's Nether Star, being called a star and producing light is not enough evidence to be considered a supermassive ball of nuclear fusion. Plus, in the case of the fallen star, that name is commonly used to describe meteorites, so that's probably a better match.
Well, there's actual meteorite in the... okay.
Looking through the wiki's master list of ammo, there are golden bullets, but even if they're solid gold, they're pretty small. And all the crafting recipes for ammo that use weighable resources make a ton of items per craft, which would make each one pretty light compared to the materials. All things considered, I think the heaviest ammo in Terraria is the Mini Nuke, or the Mini Nuke 2, they aren't much different. While you can craft these, the rockets used aren't craftable, and the other component doesn't have a real-world counterpart, so instead, let's compare it to the smallest nuke ever constructed, which, as far as I can tell, is the W-54 nuclear warhead. This thing is tiny, and possibly inspired the mini nukes in Fallout, which is what these items are based on. I couldn't find any concrete evidence of that, but it's a solid maybe. Regardless, it still looks a little bigger than the mini nukes we have in Terraria, but it's pretty close. The W-54 warhead has a mass of around 50 pounds, so if we say that the mini nukes are that, a full stack would be about 500,000 pounds, and 4 stacks would be just under 2 million pounds. 2 sections down, and that brings us to the inventory slots that can hold any item. There are somewhere between 50 and 211 of them, depending on how you look at it, so let's figure that out first. The 10 slots for the hotbar and 40 for the main inventory all count. I don't think anyone will disagree with that. But I'll also count the trash slot because even though it destroys items, it can store stack if you're careful. What I won't count is the piggy bank, safe, void vault, and defender's forge, because even though you could consider them part of your inventory, I don't think John Terraria is physically lifting the contents of these items, because they don't store their contents, they just access them. Mechanically speaking, these things are all very similar to Minecraft's ender chest, and my comments decided a while ago that ender chests don't count towards Steve's lifting capacity. So, to compare the games on equal terms, these items shouldn't count either. With that settled and 51 slots to fill, now we need to figure out what the heaviest item is. I already talked about one major star-adjacent item, so let's handle the other ones. If I asked what you think the heaviest item in Terraria is, there's a decent chance what comes to mind has something to do with these 4 items, the lunar fragments. They drop from an endgame event, make some of the strongest stuff in the game, and importantly, each represent a different stage in a star's life cycle. Well, mostly. Stardust is loosely connected at best. Each of those stages takes the form of a big giant space thing, that's the technical term, and big giant space things are usually pretty heavy. But they're also really big, and these are just fragments. For nebula fragments, nebulae, which is the proper pluralization, are only heavy in the same sense that clouds are heavy. But when it comes to their actual density, they're usually a good bit lighter than air. If we took a section of a nebula the size of the Earth, it could weigh under 100 pounds, depending on some details. And the biggest we see items get in Terraria, as far as volume goes, is something like this, which is a little smaller than the Earth. For solar fragments, their description and the name of their armor set both imply that, rather than being fragments of the main body of Sol, these are fragments of solar flares, which are closer to, but still under, the density of air. For black holes, the singularity is the densest thing possible, according to modern physics, but these aren't singularity fragments, they're vortex fragments. And in relation to a black hole, or cosmic events in general, the word vortex probably refers to the accretion disk, all that stuff swirling around it that's not quite inside it yet. Parts of the accretion disk can be pretty dense, specifically the parts that are very close to the event horizon, but the average density of the whole thing is usually lighter than air. And then again, stardust fragments are weird. It's impossible to pin down exactly what they are, because almost all matter heavier than boron either is now or was at some point part of a star, and therefore could be called stardust. Basically, none of the fragments are as massive as they might seem, but if you don't find any of those arguments to be compelling, they also aren't affected by gravity, meaning no matter how much mass they have, they won't have any weight, at least not the way we're using it. So, without any of that, what is the heaviest material in Terraria? Well, it's probably platinum again, and it's not even very close. There are other metals, much harder, tougher ones even, but if we look at the strongest ores in the game, out of the ones with known densities, none of them really come close. Or calcum is just a primitive brass if you didn't know. The only thing in the game that's even really comparable is gold, because materials that heavy just aren't that practical for tools and armor. So, let's weigh the platinum. Just like the coin, we can place the platinum bar on the ground, and also just like the coin, when placed, it takes the form of several bars. In this case, we can see 3 of them, but it implies that there's 4 total, with 2 layers of 2 ingots stacked perpendicular. The exact shape of each ingot is a little hard to discern from the place texture, but if the item texture is accurate, they look like a normal ingot of metal, something like this. This shape is called a frustum, or, if you want to be more descriptive, a truncated rectangular pyramid, and we can find its volume with this formula. Since it's a rectangular frustum, we can express the areas like this, and luckily, we see the bars from both major angles, so measuring both widths and both lengths is pretty easy. Working through the formula and converting pixels to feet like before, we get the volume of each ingot being about 1.3 cubic feet, and all 4 together being about 5.3 cubic feet. Multiply that by our platinum density, and we get a mass just under 7,100 pounds per platinum bar item. The heaviest stackable thing we can craft with those bars is probably the throne, which takes 30 of them on top of 20 silk, which means now we have to weigh that. Out of the silk items, the texture of the banner is the easiest to analyze. It's 3 blocks tall, and 2 of the blocks have 48 of the 64 pixels filled, while the last one has 36 pixels filled for a total of 132 square pixels, which is 2.06 square blocks or 8.25 square feet. Figuring out how thick the silk is was harder. Turns out silk is pretty complicated. But I think the kind of silk we're working with is probably silk taffeta, based on its usage in everything from gowns to upholstery. And silk taffeta is pretty thick. If you want to use it for heavy-duty banners or the backing of a throne, it can be as thick as 30 momi, or mom? This is the standard unit for measuring the thickness of silk, and 1 momi is equal to about 4.34 grams per square meter, or just under 0.001 pounds per square foot. That means our silk taffeta weighs a little under 0.03 pounds per square foot, making our 3 silk banner about 0.2 pounds, and giving a single silk a mass of about 0.07 pounds. Combine 20 of them with 30 platinum bars for a throne that comes in at over 212,000 pounds, making a full stack of them over 2 billion pounds. The main inventory is probably where the majority of our weight is going to come from, but we do still have all these slots to worry about. The armor is easy because I already went on a whole rant about how heavy platinum is, so unless Redigit adds osmium to the game, it'll probably stay unchallenged. The full set of armor takes 75 platinum bars for around 338,000 pounds. For the vanity slots, I'm not super sure if these should count, since you don't get any effects from these items, but they are visually on your character, so I'll include them. Throw another set of platinum armor in there for another 338,000 pounds. And finally, we've got the accessories. There are 5 or 6 or maybe 7 slots for them, depending on the game mode and whether or not you've cannibalized this thing. Let's go with 7 for maximization. In those 7 slots, we can't equip more than 1 of the same accessory, and unlike with the armor, this restriction also applies to the vanity slots. Meaning we have to track down the 14 individual heaviest accessories to fill all of them. The accessories worth noting are the Terra Spark Boots, the PDA, and the Ankh Shield, but not for the reasons you might think. All 3 of them do have very extensive crafting trees, full of combining other accessories at the Tinker's Workshop, but that's almost just a coincidence. Out of the many accessories in the game, most of them are found or looted, and most of the ones that are crafted are made with other accessories that are found or looted. Only a handful are crafted from weighable resources, and of those that are, the only ones that really matter are the Platinum Watch and the Obsidian Skull, and subsequently all the accessories that you can craft using the Platinum Watch and the Obsidian Skull. Because of the rules I established, and because these crafting recipes prioritize gameplay over realism, things crafted out of resources, especially when they're crafted out of a lot of resources, will almost always be heavier than things not crafted out of resources. That's just the natural consequence of taking the recipes at face value. Should that imply that these recipes should have super high material losses and don't weigh nearly that much? Yeah, kinda, but we're giving the Terrarian the benefit of the doubt here so that he can compete with Steve. Plus, that's not really how crafting with metal works. There's very little reason for any single piece of metalwork to waste a full ingot or more. So, even if we could figure out how much loss there was, it would logically be less than a quarter of a single item. That out of the way, the Platinum Watch is crafted with 10 platinum bars and 1 chain, and the chain is crafted from either an iron bar or a lead bar, but the lead bar is heavier, so we'll be using lead chain. Placing a lead bar, like placing all metal bars, has the same model as the platinum bars, so we can use the same volume. Multiply by the density of lead, and we find that each lead bar has a mass of about 3,750 pounds. 1 lead bar makes 15 chains, putting each chain at a little over 250 pounds. Combined with 10 platinum bars, we have our platinum watch with a mass over 71,000 pounds. And then the obsidian skull is 20 obsidian. The density of obsidian varies, but a solid average is 170 pounds per cubic foot. When placed, we can see that each obsidian is a full block, or 8 cubic feet, giving the obsidian skull a mass of 27,200 pounds.
27,200 pounds for an obsidian skull. That's what everyone was wearing during the digging video, by the way. That's what White Woman has on her head. 27,200 pounds.
For the Ankh Shield, there's also 11 more base components, none of which can be crafted, so we have to estimate their weights based on their real-world counterparts. Here's what I got for those. Nothing to note, except that if the Cobalt Shield is pure Cobalt, without even like a wooden core, it could be pretty heavy. Altogether, the Ankh shield, by my estimate, has a mass around 27,255 pounds. And the Ankh charm half of the crafting recipe is so light in comparison that the obsidian shield also joins the ranks of our heaviest accessory, which is good since we need 14 of these things. While we're making stuff with the obsidian skull, the Terra Spark boots require the lava waders, which take at least one obsidian skull to make. But if you go about it in a really stupid way, you can make those lava waders out of 3 obsidian skulls. And I'm all about doing stuff in stupid ways. The lava waders need 3 additional items to craft, and the Terra Spark boots need another 5. Here are my estimates for all of those. The completed Terra Spark boots have a mass of 81,632 pounds, and like the obsidian shield, the lava waders are massive enough to make our list too. And so is the molten skull rose, as long as you needlessly use 2 obsidian skulls to craft it. Then, for the PDA, unlike the other 2, it isn't the final stage of its crafting tree, but the cell phone and its derivatives cannot be equipped with accessories. We already weighed the platinum watch, and the PDA also takes these 11 base accessories, so here are my best guesses for those. Putting the whole PDA at 71,225 pounds, while the GPS and base platinum watch also rank in our top 14. After all that, we still only have 8 accessories, but we can fill a lot of the rest with other watches, because 10 bars of gold and tungsten make those watches heavier than the 2 obsidian skulls in the molten skull rose, and 10 bars of silver and copper make those ones heavier than the 1 obsidian skull in things like the Ankh shield. There is also a tin watch, but it's lighter than a single obsidian skull, and there's plenty of 1 skull accessories left to fill our last 2 slots. The heaviest of the ones left, by my guess, are probably the obsidian water walking boots and the obsidian horseshoe, giving our incredibly redundant accessory loadout a total mass of over 733,000 pounds. We could give them all modifiers, which might make them heavier, but I don't really know how to handle that. Like, if I had to guess, the heaviest one would be warding, but I have no idea how to approach figuring out how heavy it is. So I'm ignoring modifiers for now, but let me know what you think in the comments. One more column to go. Now we need to dye all of that equipment, and looking through all the dyes, there's very little to go off of. Like, I don't know, I guess these are pretty big beetles? But after some thought, I'll put my money on the shifting pearl sands dye being the heaviest, based completely on it being made from a bunch of rocks. The rocks in question are the Hallowzone crystal shards, and I don't know a whole lot about identifying minerals, but I do know someone who does, and in her non-professional, rock-enjoying opinion, this is likely tourmaline, based on the color and formation pattern. To weigh it, we need to find its volume, just like everything else, and crystal shards come in a lot of shapes, so let's arbitrarily pick this one. This is a pretty complex shape for how little these will end up mattering, so I'll keep this part quick. We can approximate the volume with 3 hexagonal prisms, each capped with a hexagonal pyramid. Assuming these widths are the diagonals of the cross-sections, that being the length separating opposite vertices, we can calculate the area of said cross-sections like this. Using that, we can take each of these heights and multiply it by the areas for the volume of each shaft, and then for the tips, we can do the same thing with these measurements, but divide each one by 3 for the volume of a pyramid. With all that calculated, now we can add up all those pieces to estimate the volume of one crystal shard as 1.13 cubic feet, multiply it by 200 pounds per cubic foot for the density of tourmaline, and each crystal shard has a mass of about 225 pounds. 20 of them together make each shifting pearl sands die at least 4,500 pounds, putting our full set of 10 die at least 45,000 pounds. So that's it then, right? That's all the slots? I can tally it up and end the video? Ah, damn it. So these 5 slots suck, at least in the context of this question. There are 4 miscellaneous tools, each one has a different exclusive set of items they can hold, and none of the sets are very easy to analyze with the stuff we've been doing so far. The first one is for pets, and specifically you hold the pet summoning item, not the pet. That's an important distinction. There's a lot of them, none of them are craftable or placeable, meaning mostly I have to guess. And my guess will go to either the companion cube or the dirtiest block. The companion cube is based on the item of the same name from Portal, big shot there, and while it is pretty big and described as weighted, like most items in Portal's physics engine, it doesn't really feel that heavy. I know that's a horrible argument, but I'm working with what I got. So, since I don't think we get a canon material or information about how hollow it is, I'll instead go with the dirtiest block. While we can't place it, we can find it placed, meaning we know that this sentient dirt block is the same 8 cubic feet as other blocks. The density of dirt is not super straightforward, but according to a few sources, like the 3rd edition of the Earth Manual published by the US Department of the Interior, dry packed dirt maxes out at around 125 pounds per cubic foot, putting our dirtiest block at a mass of 1,000 pounds. Light pets are even worse. None of these are really anything. The fairy bell is craftable, but none of this stuff is. So I think our best bet is probably the wisp in a bottle, which isn't crafted with the bottle item, but it does clearly use one based on the item sprite. Bottles are crafted with glass. The density of glass is around 160 pounds per cubic foot. The bottle is made of half a block, or 4 cubic feet, putting it at 660 pounds. The wisp itself, I imagine, is pretty light, possibly even weightless, like lunar fragments and souls, so we'll keep 660. Minecarts have more to work with at least. A bunch of them are craftable, so the heaviest one is probably among these. And we can immediately cross out the original minecart, since it's a crafting component to several of them, and the fart cart, since it's used to make the Terra fart cart. Out of the gem minecarts, they're all crafted using same amounts of different materials, and the heaviest one here is corundum, the mineral that makes up both rubies and sapphires. These two won't be much different, so I'll pick the ruby one. That leaves us with these 4. 3 of them require the basic minecart to craft, and the coffin minecart doesn't take the basic minecart itself, but it does take the same resources, meaning the comparison comes down to which of these other things weighs the most. Hot take, but I don't think 8 units of beetle weigh more than 15 units of ruby, and the vertebrae and rotten chunks can't be easily made into something placeable, so they're hard to measure, but the density of their materials makes me seriously doubt they're big enough to outweigh a toilet made of 6 lead bars. As far as the rubies versus the lead goes, the volume of these rubies is difficult, since we can't place them down, but when we find them naturally, they are sticking out of the ground. It's somewhat likely that we don't obtain all of this when we break it, but it's important to note that they're always a good bit smaller than the 4 ingots of a placed lead bar. This is important because if they were the exact same volume,
Oh hey, what do we have here?
6 units of lead would be just a bit heavier than 15 units of ruby, meaning since they definitely aren't bigger than the lead bars, the Terra fart cart takes it. Here's the mash for the toilet. Whoopee cushions are a good bit under 1 pound, maybe 0.2 for that. The broken hero sword might be pretty heavy, since it's part of a sword that, like many in Terraria, is way bigger than any practical one in real life, so I'll give it, say, 20 pounds. And finally, the minecart itself is 10 more lead bars and some wood. Out of all the wood in Terraria, the densest is probably ebonwood, based on real-world ebony trees. The density of ebony is 175 pounds per cubic foot, making 1 block of ebonwood 1,400 pounds. All 10 of them are 14,000 pounds, and the entire Terra fart cart has a mass of 93,000 pounds. 2 slots left and onto mounts. Out of all the mount items, exactly 1 is craftable, the drill containment unit, and unfortunately, it's crafted with all of Terraria's least real materials. So now I have to do something I've been avoiding all video, and just kinda guess how dense fictional metals are. Starting with chlorophyte, it's a flexible plant-like biometal, so it's probably light, I'll say a little denser than aluminum. For Trumite and Spectre ingots, the additives seem pretty light too, so for the vague estimate I'm doing, those can stay at 200 pounds per cubic foot. Hellstone ore might be heavier, but the bars are 25% obsidian, which is relatively light, so maybe 400 pounds per cubic foot for that. Meteorite is close to being iron, but a tad lighter to account for impurities, so we can say around 450 pounds per cubic foot. And then luminite just kinda has like titanium vibes? Does that make sense to anyone else? This is why I didn't want to do this. Multiply each density by the volume of 40 bars, add it all up, and we get a very loose estimate for the mass of the drill containment unit being 371,000 pounds. And finally, we need a grappling hook. These ones are craftable, this is how you craft them, and out of these, the heaviest ones are almost certainly the corundum ones. Taking the ruby again, like I said before, it's hard to tell how big the ruby items are since you can't place them once obtained, but luckily for us, the ruby hook needs 15 of them, which is the exact number needed to craft a large ruby. The large ruby can't be placed on its own, but can be placed inside of a ruby gemlock, meaning now I can measure it. This shape is a double truncated hexagonal bipyramid, like a rupee from The Legend of Zelda, and it isn't a regular hexagon, but it is close enough to approximate it as one. Measure the 2 diagonals like this, cut them in half for the side lengths, calculate the areas, approximate the height, plug it all into the formula from earlier for a truncated pyramid, and multiply it by 2 for a bipyramid. And then we get the volume of a large ruby as about 9 cubic feet. Multiply it by the density of corundum to get the mass of our ruby hook as a little under 2,300 pounds. Add 5 more shifting pearl sands die, and we've finally filled all of our slots. All we need to do now is to take all of that mass and convert it into weight. In Earth gravity, 1 pound of mass has 1 pound of weight. But Terraria doesn't have Earth gravity, it's much higher. According to the wiki, and confirmed by my own in-game testing, the gravitational acceleration of the Terrarians' home planet is a staggering 180.4 feet per second squared. If you don't know what that number means, you're probably a normal person who measures gravity with the metric system. But, to put it in perspective, that's 5.6 times Earth gravity. And to put it in even more perspective, that's more than double Jupiter's gravity. And it means we have to multiply our pound mass by 5.6 to get the pound force the Terrarian is lifting. If we add up the platinum coins, mini nukes, thrones, both sets of armor, all 14 accessories, all 15 die, and all that miscellaneous junk, then account for gravity, the Terrarian can lift a total of 610 billion pounds, which is 2.71 teranewtons, 276 billion kilograms, and 231,002,500 elantras. Which is a lot, but there is one more thing we can do to pump those numbers up. Way back at the beginning of the video, I foolishly assumed that the platinum coins are made of platinum, a rookie mistake. Because like a lot of things in this video, platinum coins have a crafting tree. It's clearly intended to represent converting money between denominations, but we don't do it at a bank or with the help of a merchant. So it could also mean that the Terrarian physically squeezes 100 copper coins into a silver one, and that's much funnier and much heavier. Following through with that logic, a platinum coin is 1 million condensed copper coins. So we can take the volume of the coins we got earlier, multiplied by the density of copper, multiply that by 1 million, and find that our new platinum coins have a mass of over 2.7 billion pounds, making it dethrone the throne as the new heaviest item in Terraria. Filling our inventory with those, and all that stuff from before, we get the real final total weight, which is 8,346,896,445,350,576 pounds. That's 37.1 petanewtons, 3.78 quadrillion kilograms, and 3.16 trillion 2,500 elantras. Or, in more understandable units, 4.73 trillion 2001 Fiat Unos, 31.6 quadrillion Switch 2 Joy-Cons, 355 billion Sisyphean boulders, 58.2 trillion tax collectors, 757 quintillion black garden ants, 44 trillion Chuck Norrai, 355 billion Sisyphean boulders, 970 tredecillion upcorks, 31 trillion Mewtwo's, 63.1 quadrillion Storm Pegasus Beyblades, 37.3 million Gerald R. Ford class aircraft carriers, and 355 billion Sisyphean boulders. More importantly, when compared to my most recent incomplete total for Steve, the Terrarian can lift more than 168 quadrillionths of a percent as much. Sorry to all the folks who thought he would win. Important to note, I am not saying that if these two fought, Steve would win without difficulty. I'm saying that if they both went to the gym, Steve would be benching more. As far as who would win a fight goes, that's not really what I do here, I'm not a power scaler, but it is an interesting question. Steve has the strength advantage, but the Terrarian has much more versatile magic, and they both fight monsters that are implied to rule over entire dimensions. So let me know who you think would win in the comments. While you're down there, go ahead and like the video and subscribe to the page and all that YouTube stuff, and in the meantime, just know a lot of big giant space things are shockingly light. And stay nice, everyone.
Yeah. There is like an addendum video, but that's another 23 minutes long. And I've already finished the mining, so I think I'm just gonna post a link to this guy's channel. I highly recommend y'all check it out and watch part 2 and, you know, like his videos and subscribe to him and all that stuff, because I got to steal his content for 28 minutes there. So, you know, go tell him he's cool. Anyway, so we got a couple of lava critters already. We're probably going to want more, so we'll just chill out here for a bit. I should get rid of my calm potion. I don't want that right now. Yeah, your timing is funny because he went through everything and then was like, he gave a final total and then is like, actually, back to the platinum coins for a minute. So it was kind of bookends, so you kind of left and came back at the same point, which is kind of funny. I gotta stay between the campfires to get underworld enemies to spawn. I will be leaving these ones up just for the visual indicator. And also, it's kind of cool that they're purple. It's fun seeing this after my master mode playthrough, and I'm like, wait, you mean lava slimes don't normally drop slime when you kill them? Or lava, even? The other word in their name? Unfortunately, I don't really think there's anything we can do to speed this up. Oh, hold on, lava fly. Yoink. I'll be having that. But wait, there's more. But wait, there's lots more. Wowie! That's nice. Love to see that. Four magnet snails, 4 lava flies, a butterfly. No fire imps, which is interesting. I wonder if they have more specific spawn requirements. I'm gonna look it up. The goblin army is approaching from the east. Alright. Don't know. Oh, hey, there's one. Hey, oh, goodbye. Well, that didn't last long. I actually want to look at the fire imp because they got a new sprite with this update, and why are they cute now? I kind of love it. Look at that thing. Just a little bizarre creature. Oh, did I already lose the lava critter? I think it became a victim of crossfire. Oh, there's another one. Yoink. It's the worst one, but still, we take those. I would kind of like to see a voodoo demon. I know I don't necessarily need the guide voodoo doll, but it would make things easier if I had one. You know, the funny thing is, down here is actually a great spot to do lava fishing, too. Oh, hey, the batwing. Or bat, sorry. It is technically more damage per hit than the phase blade, but it is much slower, so their DPS is lower. We got 10 lava bait, that's pretty good. I think once we do the lava fishing, I'm probably going to bust out the sonar potions and stuff, just to maximize the use of our bait. And, you know, fishing potions and all that stuff, especially since we got a bunch from Angler Fraud. Oh, and I'll use the crate potions too, of course, of course. Let's group this all up, and then head back. I'm gonna make a second, obsidian skull for my, fishing armor set. Oh, right, the goblins. Let's fight them down here. That one fell down the hole. And even without the set bonus, I'm having no mana problems with Space Gun. I wonder how the Tinker feels about this. I mean, they did tie him up, so maybe he's not that upset about it, honestly. Do 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 do. Oh wow! I even already got some of. What dropped that? Literally, where did I get this from? What dropped you? Huh. Wiki doesn't say. Something clearly dropped it. I think I can get rid of some of this stuff. What's low usefulness and also not a material? Sorry, Abigail. Sorry, fruitcake chakram. So much meteorite. Surprisingly. 86 gold for that. Yep. Accidentally sold those. Or starred those. What am I doing again? Right, Fishing, yes. I need another obsidian skull. I think I used most or all of my obsidian. 9 obsidian, I need 20 to make a skull, so guess we better get to it. Infinite water bucket is somewhere. Skull for armor set 2. The fishing. My fishing rod, I have my bait, I have my skull. I stacked away my calming potions as per usual. I need to craft some more soon, actually. I think I have enough sonar potions with 37 of them, by the way. Oh, an extra magma snail. I'll take that gladly. Ow, 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 ow. I didn't bring obsidian skin. Ow, ow. This is fine. Why does it only say 12? I do say 12, that's correct. Crate, yes please. Let me double check what obsidian fish and flare fin koi are used for. I don't think I need them for anything. City fish, seafood dinner, inferno potion, potion of return. Potion of return, not terrible, but not like something that I'm immediately in need of. Flare fin koi is inferno and seafood dinner as well. So I'll hold off on those for now and save my bait. What I really want is these. Lava-proof fishing hook! Well, there we go. That just immediately makes everything better. Obsidian crate. Demonic hell caught. Superheated blood. Bunch of hellstone. How much am I going to want? Let's see. I don't think I need the lava-proof bug net. I want the imp staff, that's 17. I want the greaves, that's 15. Probably want the tools, so that's Another 50. You know, I'm just gonna hold on. Let me write this down. 17 plus 15 plus 15 plus 20 plus 20. So I'm gonna want 87 Hellstone bars. Hard to close in on 20,000 meteor heads. Great. Another superheated blood. Alright. Seemed a little unnecessary, but... I'm gonna keep taking 100 goggles just because flight. Seeing crates. This is such a oops. This is such a normal sight. Just this fish with a golden fishing rod fishing in lava in hell. The blood moon is rising. Good thing I have the sonar potion and can decide not to fish up enemies. City and crate, yes please. Up to 30 bars already. It's not even counting all of the ore I have. Though I need obsidian to actually smelt it. Which is a little more annoying. Oh, Flamewalker boots. That's used in the Terra Sparks, I think. Somewhere in the process. Great. Another lava-proof fishing hook. I wonder if you actually can't fish up blood moon enemies from lava. Seems to be the case. inventory's full, I'm just going to grab the crate for that opening from the immediate moment. And plenty of them. Oh, lava absorbent sponge. What can I throw away? Oh, stack of superheated bloods. Demon conch. I'll take that too. Yep. That's normal. I would like the bottomless lava bucket, but my potions are about to run out. So I'll come back once I've emptied my inventory. Oh, right, I'm still spaced Cowboy 28. Let me fix that. And hey, wow, back at spawn, just like I wanted. Excuse me, sir. How rude. Where's my shadow key? Don't I have one? Thought I had one. Did I not? I have the Muramasa. Surely I'm... Nope, yeah, there it is. Honestly, I think anything at or under 15 bait power can probably just go. Because then it's just use the absorbent bait. Absorbent bait? What am I talking about? What are these words I'm saying? Journey apprentice bait. So I already have the lava food fishing hook. I'm not going to need more of them. Desperately trying to sort what's going on here. During a blood moon, no less. We have 2 Sun Fury. I already have a Sun Fury. I don't need 2 more that aren't, yes. Let me just get those out of my inventory real quick so it looks a little less intimidating. And yes, I still have my original lava fishing hook. I don't need all of these flowers of fire. I don't need 2 of those either. Okay, human conch. Put you in there too, I guess. Oh, I have 2 of these. Cool. Oh my god, can you guys, like, go away? Hey, girl. So fluffy! Already have flowers of fire. Our flame last can go in there. Accessories. Oh, we have a treasure magnet. Oh, thank goodness. Alright, it's over. Alright, that was annoying. Okay, right. So I can do a bit more lava fishing now that things have calmed down a little. Honestly, I can probably really ditch anything under 25. Now what I already... Yeah, I don't need another one of those. I definitely don't need 2 of those. Or 3 of those, even. Hey, 10 more gold. Oh, while I'm at it. Let's sell those. And now for a thing I did want to create. Let's see here about making me an imp staff. Yes. I don't think I can make anything else with them at the moment. Again, not without a bunch of obsidian. Yeah, I can just do this now. Ding! Oh, it's so nice. Such a quality of life improvement. Alright, now. The frogger, a bee, well, a hornet, and an imp. Your sprite's updated too! Oh my gosh! Hello! Friend! Kind of a little squashed, but I guess that's okay. What was I... Yeah, so that's that. Got to the menagerie. Let me pull up my list of things. can cross that off. I want to do a bit more lava fishing because I wanted the bottomless lava bucket. Let me double check what the items I can get are, and plus I just want some more hellstone bars. Yeah, bottomless lava bucket is really the only item I need now. And then it's just obsidian crates. The drop list has not been updated on the wiki. Oh, I think this blink root is blooming. Yep. Go check on the jungle real quick. Oh, oh, it's jungling. There we go. Another seed to put on the bottom layer. But there's a seed. Just gonna keep cutting in case I can get more than one, which would make things faster. Regular frog, a bunch of birds. And we're in town, so we're getting critter boosted spawns. It was interesting, back when it was still dirt over there, it was pretty much just making, like, a billion gem critters, which was funny as heck. Sorry birds, get out of here. I need different things to spawn. I was like, oh, are they immune? Nope. Oh, also because all of Reddit's been thirsting over him. Hello, Witch Doctor. No mobs really spawning at the moment. I'll look into that more going forward. I want to do some more fishing first. Stack away these jungle spores. I will need those for the Blade of Grass. Yes, we're going to try and get the Terra Blade, or not the Terra Blade, the Night's Edge. The Terra Blade. Yes, let's get Terra Blade free hard mode. That seems like a good idea. Did I didn't get my potions. Do 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 do. Probably make an actual like fishing roost here at some point, but I don't know how long I'm going to be lava fishing for, so it might not be worth the effort. $109 fishing power. Oh, come on, game, act like it. Oops. Oh, sure. Interesting that they all seem to be coming from the same direction. I think they're spawning on the bridge, funny enough. Oh no, there's some up there, also from the bridge. Where is Frogger? Frogger, just go in hole. Okay, great job, buddy. There you are. Oops, well, I can sell that, I suppose. Bottomless lava bucket. There we are. I was hoping for that. Any more hellstone bars in here? Nope. More ore. But I suppose now that we have, bottomless lava bucket and a bottomless water bucket, farming obsidian is going to actually be really easy. I'll just wait for this crate potion to run out and head back to the surface. Now I'll use one more. Make use of the sonar and fishing potions. I know we have a ton, but might as well. Efficiency. Or something. Oops. Apparently I had a mining potion. Where are my minions? Why do I have 2 Froggers and no Imp? You can just see my phase blade down there. Sure, I'll grab another one. Why not? He really wants me to catch some city fish. Really? Another blood moon? When I'm going to be going up to the surface again soon? Typical. Oh, I just realized I can combine all my sponges now. Well, you know I will when the blood moon is over. You know what I should do is I should take advantage of the blood moon actually to go to the jungle. Another crate in the next 5 seconds? Nah. Oh, hold on. We got one. I teleported with the minecart. That's funny. Oh, another superheated blood. And another lava-proof fishing hook. And just go ahead and sell that. Another one of those. Another one of those. Those can all definitely go. Oh, hey. Oh, we have a salamander world. Perfect. Feels correct. I wonder if that means no giant shellies or no the other one. I don't remember what the three that you only get 2 of is salamander, giant shelly, and I have to look it up. Like I say have to, but I just mean don't know. Crawdad. Have we seen any of the other ones? Let me turn off my calming potion. Well, we've slain a crawdad, so that means this is probably not a giant shelly world. It just shows up automatically in the bestiary because we've seen the other 2. You guys want to, like, start spawning? back up a little more, I guess, to do that. There you go, all 3 of my minions. Oh hey, a man-eater. Wait, no, there's a crawdad. Oh no, right, there is, yes, we established that. It's the not a giant shelly world. I got it backwards in my head for a second. Stinger! So the farming for Ivy Whip materials begins. Okay, it works a little differently now, apparently. Or at least trying to keep track of everything. It's a little trickier. Hey, 15 more Hellstone bars. Love to see that. Vine, too. What do we need exactly for the... I should probably prioritize making the blade grass rather than the ivy whip. Which needs 3 vines, 15 spores, and 12 stingers. Got 2 vines on me. 5 stingers. Salamander, 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 la 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 la. More vines? No? No. The whole vines. Right, gotta stand further back. I was going to say I don't need more vines, but I do because of the ivy whip, but, you know. Whoa, hey now. Maybe keep your door closed, buddy. Oh, compass. Coffee. Frog and frog. Is it daytime? Yes. Blood moon's over. You guys are not the right frogs, though. Check to see if anything fell down here of note. And a couple more stingers. Very nice. 9 more! Wowie. Open paintings. I'm just gonna store these. I'm not even gonna bother opening them. Put these in the same place always. Grab those and that. Oh right, I forgot I have lizard power cells. That's funny. No, I can't combine the sponges yet because I don't have the honey absorbent one. Never mind, yes I do. Ultra absorbent sponge. Yippee! And the others can be sold. 18 gold. My goodness. I don't need these extra bottomless buckets either. Another 18 gold. Let's see, I want spores and vines, wherever they ended up. There's the spores. Oh, I have the vines on me. That real quick. Just because I knew I had it. Right. Blade of Grass. Can I just make that now? I think I can. Also make some Molten Greaves. Blade of Grass. And the Ivy Whip. Ivy Whip. 3 vines and 12 spores. I can do that too. Why is it not letting wear... Oh, because I'm in weapons. Ivy Whip. Yes. Cool. So let's see, for the Knight's Edge, I have the Murmasa, I have the Blade of Grass. I have not crafted a Light's Bane. I should sell this extra Dark Lance. Demon Knight, and I have Shadow Scale somewhere. Light's Bane. And now go ahead and grab my bottomless water and lava buckets. Oh. Yippee. Ifo cares not for lava. First of all, fill this up a bunch. Probably should have done this earlier instead of continuing to fish in the underworld, but oh well. Obsidian, just for me. I already quick stacked away the Hellstone. Oopsie doopsie. Nice. With the Staff of Regrowth away, finally. Alright, let's get smelting. Put the buckets away. I can also put my fishing stuff away, I think. Also, this compass that I just kind of had on me can go too. Oh, I already had one. Away it goes. Coffee. Right. He's spacing out hardcore. Volcano. Let's also make a molten pickaxe, and while we're at it, molten ham axe. Put those aside for a moment while I focus on the main event. Grab out Muramasa, Light Bane, and the Blade of Grass. On make. Somewhere in here. It needs to be done in a demon altar. Okay, we'll reforge these first, lol. Molten pickaxe. Oh, perfect. First try. Light. And the molten hamax will also want a legendary is fine. Ding. Alright. There's our nearest demon altar. Yeah, probably down there. Mark the hole that goes down. And here we make Knight's Edge. Put the phase plate away. Served us well. Ding. Here it is. Sword of Big Sword. Oh yeah. Check my notes. Cross off Ivy Whip. Let's see. What's left is the gi and accessories. I have the obsidian shield. A bundle of horseshoe balloons would be nice. Terror spark balloons would be nice. I'm not sure what I want for my fifth accessory, aside from because it's the stinger necklace. Things I've seen are feral claws, amphibian boots, in addition to terrors, which seems redundant to me, and the magma stone, which seems a bit too specific. So I don't know. I may wing it on that last accessory slot because I'm not really feeling any of them. Any of the ones listed in the suggestions. Let's see. If I want Terra Spark boots, next step is lightning boot. Actually, I'm gonna work on the bundle of balloons first, I think. Bundle of horseshoe balloons. That needs a blue, a white, and a yellow. is... Oh, but blizzard in a balloon is going to be a real pain to try and... Never mind, I have a blizzard in a bottle. Blizzard in a bottle plus balloon? Not you. Over here. Blizzard in a balloon. So now I need a yellow balloon. Wow, those are really going off, aren't they? For that, I will need a sandstorm in a balloon, which will require a sandstorm in a bottle. Apparently, you can make that in hard mode with the crystal ball, but we aren't in hard mode. So we're going to need to find a pyramid. I see. Or oasis crates. That seems more likely. So I suppose that is what we will do. Back to fishing, lol. It conks. Very nice. Now, as soon as we eventually get the cell phone, we can immediately upgrade to the shell phone. And we totally should go for the shell phone. It'll be funny to get that. Sure, I'll take a wooden crate. I mean, I would like other things than that. I didn't mean flounder. Golden crate, alright. I really am looking for oasis quates. Oasis quates. I'm also going to need another balloon. Although, I might be able to... No, I don't think there's anything else I have that's, decraftable into the balloon. I just realized I should move the Dryad back to the jungle now. Why did I cast in that direction? Oh, what I can do is I can decraft my pink horseshoe balloon and grab the balloon pufferfish and then shimmer that into a shiny red balloon. That may be the play. Ah, there's a lot of crates in there. Hey, pearl. case I ever want to make luck potions. Sorry if y'all hear any background noise. It's just kind of what my life is like. Can I eat the lobster, the oyster even? Yes, I did. No, that's fine. Luke seems to be imitating the screaming of the show he's watching. Okay. I would prefer if he did not do that, personally. But I guess I can't judge too much, given that I'm also being noisy. Places crates. Ancient chisel. Okay. Come on. Nope. My god, that show is playing the same scream sound effect like every 5 seconds. And it lasts for 3 seconds. Do you remember there was a time when hard mode crates weren't a thing? It was just the one set of crates and their loot table updated in hard mode, so people would just fish a bunch of crates pre-hard mode and then just open them as soon as they kill the wall of flesh. And just get a bunch of hard mode ores for free. Very funny. Nick's is gonna be mad if I don't pick these up. I can feel it. How in the world did that not break my line? But this does. On Oasis crates. So many oysters. What? Oh, Spelunker potion? Oops. on Oasis crates. I'll take golden crates happily, though. Did I just see a painting swimming around in there? Oasis crate, come on. Sandstorm in a bottle, there we go. Finally. A bunch of pearls. Pearls can go in here, I guess. I don't need a second magic conch. Shocked oysters can go in there too, I suppose. I missed the painting. Oh, someone's a rideable turtle mount. An extra one. The mount. See, I don't need all of these. Okay, let's see. I got the cloud in a balloon, the blizzard in a balloon. Wait, no, I'll just decraft this one, because I don't need a second one of that, and then I'll just combine the sandstorm in a balloon and the blizzard in a balloon with my existing blue horseshoe balloon. Oh good, this Spelunker potion is still active. Guys, there may be some valuable ore here. Can you tell? Oh, my minimap's off. Wait. No, I messed up. Okay, well, we'll throw this. Oh, it can make a hand of creation. Nice. Mana flower, why not? Bundle of horseshoe balloons. Sure, I guess I'll just make these combos. I don't see why not. On the little horseshoe balloons. Alright, so let's see, looking at my list of accessories planned again. Pretty much just work up the terras now. I should probably forge everything first, though. Probably just make everything warding, just to make it simple. So I'm not going to forge the Spectre Boots, though. Because they will be crafted. Spectre Boots. And these can be combined with an aglet and Anklet of the Wind. I believe I have an aglet, I do, but I don't have an Anklet of the Wind. Once I do, I can combine them with the ice skates to make frost sparks. And then I also need to make the lava waders, which is some combination of an obsidian skull, which I have on my other set, and a lava charm, and obsidian rose, and water walking boots. I have water walking boots. I have a skull on my other set here. I don't have the lava charm, and I don't have the obsidian rose. I believe those are... Okay, lava charms are drops from obsidian crates. Maybe I accidentally sold them or something. And obsidian rose drops from fire imps. That's interesting. Oops. Sorry, butterfly. That was not on purpose. What am I doing? Spacing out, selling lucky horseshoe spare. You know, really, I understand why, but it's so strange to me that the portrait for the party girl looks so much less like Pinkie Pie. Because she was clearly intended to be Pinkie Pie. But I get it, you know, I get it. Probably copyright issues or something. Anyway, I think the current game plan is just kind of go exploring for jungle chests. That's Anklet of the Wind. Either that or do some jungle fishing, which I guess I could set up. Make a little pond here or something, but... It only really matters where I'm standing, I think. Oh, hey, look, there's a gem critter. I have the bottomless water bucket, so... Where's my doit? I think it's in here. Yes, it is. Let's make just a little bit more mud. That'll be enough. Bottomless water. Deeper. Hey, Loon. How are you doing? And of course, I did not bring my bait. Because why would I? That would make too much sense. You know what? No, I'm gonna craft a bunch more meteorite ingots. Just cuz. Nah, I can hold on to more meteorite ore. Oh my god. It's so silly. 1,000 meteorite bars. What did I... Fishing. Right. It's like, why am I here? Why aren't any of us here? Hopefully, I didn't get my potions. Hopefully this will count as jungle fishing. I mean, I don't see really why it wouldn't, but... Neon Tetra, that's promising. I'm not seeing any fishing power reduction either. What are large fish used for again? Summoning potion. Okay. the buff. I can't be bothered to keep up at all times, so I'm just not gonna bother. I mean, I forget the frickin' bewitching table half the time, so... Neon Tetra used for anything? Food. Just food. Jungle crate. That's a gun. Jungle crate. Anklet of the Wind. Alright, perfect. That was fast. Here, you want to buy this gun? So now... just open these. Another Falcon Blade and another Tsunami in a bottle. Yippee! Let's see. Accessories. Also grab the ice skate and the aglet out real quick. Because we're going to make lightning boots that immediately upgrade to frost spark boots. Yes. But we're not quite done yet. How much more obsidian do I have? Enough to make a spare skull. Cool, let's do that. Instead of taking it off the other kit. Acquired white woman's head. So we'll just kind of keep this in our inventory for now. And let's keep these water walking boots in the inventory for now. You know, just a thought. And let's go down to the underworld and actually gonna do some more fishing, believe it or not. But also we want to kill some fire imps. Assuming that they spawn. Did I just... oh my god, since when? Hold on. Chat. Chat, is this new? Whee! Spin! I feel like that's new. Probably should have fished that up to sell it for gold. But I'm not exactly tight on money at the moment. Oops. I saw obsidian and was like, yeah. Hey Loon, have you seen the new sprite for the fire imps, by the way, including the minion and the imp staff? Oh, that was underwhelming. Oops, I seem to have drunk a gravitation potion. Sure, let's fish like this. Why not? This isn't something you get to do every day. This is fine. Chat, this is so normal. Come on, crates. What is Frogger doing? I wonder if we'll find out what it looks like to catch something like this, or what it'll be like when I throw the rod back out again before the repetition potion wears off. I may just reel in a basidic fish at this point just to see. If I even get the chance to. Ugh, fine, I'll catch a flare fin koi. Oh, obsidian crate. Right after Rare Rock, of course. There's some weird stuff in these crates, also. It would like a lava charm, however, is the thing. Still no. Wasn't looking. Reeled in too late. Wasn't ready for it. Ugh. I could also just get the magma stone from bats and try and shimmer it, honestly. Since I'm going to be farming mobs anyway, once these potions run out, I'm not going to re-up them, and I'm going to just try and farm for the obsidian rose first, because we might get a magma stone on the way, which we can shimmer into the lava charm. Maybe we can play part 2 of how much can the Terrarian lift while we wait for that farm to go off. Oh good, another lava-proof fishing hook. Oh good, another demon conch. By that, checking notifs on Discord and tapping out pauses the game. It was just a role playing, in case anyone was wondering. It was not directed at me specifically. Alright, well, plan B. Grab all these rocks real quick, just because. Might as well. And now we just chill out here and let our summons do all the hard work. And probably gonna play that YouTube video in the background.
You know, last video I measured using Imperial units because that's what Terraria does, and that made a lot of people very upset. Which is weird because I always thought Americans were supposed to be the ones that hate other units. I can't believe the internet would lie to me like this. Hey friends, this is a follow-up to my previous Terraria video. I'll make sure watching it is not necessary to watch this one, but if you're interested, it'll be linked in all the YouTube places. We're trying to figure out exactly how much weight John Terraria can lift, with the secondary goal of comparing him to Steve Minecraft. The comments in the last one pointed out a bunch of stuff that I missed, and even a few mistakes I made, and all in all, I think we can push our big numbers to be even bigger. Same rules as before. I consider bottomless buckets and pouches to work via portals and pocket dimensions, so they only weigh as much as normal buckets and pouches. Crafting conserves mass to simplify the maths, and for now, we're dealing with standard gameplay with no journey mode and no bugs. Also, I mentioned the units, and as far as I know, Terraria always uses Imperial units, regardless of region, so I'll stick with them for consistency. But, as a man of the people, I'll make sure to put conversions on screen whenever they come up. Probably should have been doing that already. So now, let's answer the question, how much can the Terrarian really lift? First, a quick rundown of where we are so far. Most of last video was dedicated to finding the heaviest possible inventory, and we ended up with this. These 15 accessories all have the heaviest crafting trees. Platinum armor is the heaviest due to platinum itself being the heaviest metal in the game, and since platinum coins can be crafted back and forth from lower ones, we decided to take the silly route and say that these coins are physically compressed from the other ones, making each one weigh as much as 1 million copper coins. Also, here are the heaviest tools. Each one has a different explanation, so I can't easily summarize them, but here are the masses we got for each one last time. Let's start with the corrections. These folks pointed out that when weighing the dirtiest block, which ended up being the heaviest pet summoning item, I weighed it like a normal dirt block, when the flavor text clearly states that it's 20% dirtier. What a fool I was. Assuming 20% dirtier means 20% more dirt, and since the block is already pure dirt, that would give it 20% more mass, making it go from 1,000 pounds to 1,200 pounds. Next up, I also said that you can't place rubies after they're mined, but like... that's embarrassing. I don't think it affects the numbers at all, since 15 of these still look smaller than what we figured out for the large ruby, probably because of hidden parts below the surface, so we can still keep the same weight. And finally, when measuring the shifting pearl sense die, I labeled the hallowed crystals as tourmaline, but commenter and actual geologist, GeoGeo6664, chimed in to say that, in their professional opinion, they're more likely to be quartz, so I can swap that in and the dies become a bit lighter. On to newer stuff. Some comments had suggestions about substitutions we could make to increase the weight of our inventory. Starting with this armor, the idea has floated around to try spooky armor, not because the spooky wood it's made from is heavier than platinum, but just because there's so much more of it. It takes 750 pieces of spooky wood to make armor as opposed to only 75 platinum bars, which would make the spooky set heavier as long as one piece of spooky wood is more than 10% as heavy as the 7,000 pound figure we got for the platinum. That 10% mark means we're aiming for at least around 710 pounds per block of spooky wood. Unlike the platinum, spooky wood is a full block when placed, or 8 cubic feet, meaning its density would need to be at least 88.7 pounds per cubic foot in order to make the armor heavier. But while there are some trees that dense, even with this kind of super dark wood, like the African blackwood tree, that's what's called green density. That's how heavy the wood is while it's alive. But to make it fit for woodworking, such as making...
Oh yeah, hi Loot, I'm playing background video while I'm just AFKing, waiting for mobs to die.
the armor, we need to dry it out, which universally makes it lighter. And after drying, as far as I can tell, no species of wood is heavy enough to dethrone the platinum armor. That being said, I don't have the best track record when it comes to researching types of wood on this channel, so definitely let me know if I'm missing anything. But for right now, we can keep the platinum. Over in our tools section, last time we settled on the Wisp in a Bottle as the heaviest light pet at 660 pounds of mass. But Discord user RainKitty did all this to figure out the volume of the bell item used to craft the fairy bell by using its sprite. I wouldn't normally analyze item sprites, since they don't always seem to match up with place textures, but I
also can't help but notice no fire imps have been spawning. I'll give it a bit longer, and then I'll try and add some extra, like, rows of stuff going off screen to see if that does anything.
gotta respect the effort. The rest of the items used to make the fairy bell are probably pretty light, even as light as air for the souls, which float like the lunar fragments, so we can keep Rain Kitty's estimate for the bell at 2,252 pounds of mass. For the ammo, a few folks brought up that I didn't put more coins in the ammo slots, and that's because you can't do that. Not even with the coin gun. I'm sorry, it's not up to me. Address all complaints to Relogic. That doesn't mean there's nothing heavier for ammo, because 50 pounds each for the mini-nukes is pretty small compared to the other numbers we're dealing with. Nobody mentioned it that I can find, but I think I might have brushed off fallen stars a little too easily, so let's revisit them. They still aren't literal stars for all the same reasons I said before. They do have the word star in their name, but their full name is fallen star, which is a term for meteorites. And yes, there are other meteorites in the game, and none of them look like this, but the same is true of stars. Here's a star, looks nothing like this. Here's a bunch more, none of them have this shape. So, I'm still pretty sure that this is a meteorite of some kind and not a star, especially given the size and behavior. It isn't the same kind as those other ones, but that's not a big issue, since meteorite isn't a single material like iron. They can come in a bunch of different forms. As for what form this is, given that it seems to be more magical than the bigger ones, I think we can assume that these are more metallic than them. The reason meteorites are often depicted as magical is because lots of civilizations used to think they were, along with pretty much anything else that came from the sky. And in regions where metals weren't super common, a shiny silver rock from the heavens stands out a lot more, so they were considered extra special. Being more iron-rich would make them heavier than the other meteorites, which I estimated at around 450 pounds per cubic foot, so we can assume fallen stars have a density closer to 500. Now we still need to figure out how much volume it has, and there are a few different ways we could interpret this shape. It could just be a 3D pointed star, something like this. As you can see, my 3D modeling skills are unmatched, but that's a pretty complicated shape, and working with it would require making a lot of assumptions about measurements that we just can't tell from the sprite. So instead, I'll say that it's exactly this, extruded 2 feet on the z-axis, since that's how thick the blocks are. This texture is larger than a block, being 12 by 11 pixels instead of 8 by 8, but it is the same pixel scale when on the ground, meaning each pixel should still be 0.0625 square feet. Multiplied by the 84 non-transparent pixels on the sprite, that's a total of 5.25 square feet. Then, if we multiply that by the 2-foot thickness, we get 10.5 cubic feet of iron-rich meteorite, or over 5,000 pounds per item. A little more than the nukes. The last suggestion was to replace the platinum coins with some RNG-based item that could give multiple coins, with the most popular one being fishing crates. But fishing crates top out at a maximum possible 20 gold coins coming from the titanium crate. Silt, slush, and desert fossils, on the other hand, can have platinum coins when you use the extractinator to extractinate them. And not only that, each one can have up to 11 platinum coins at a time. The way drops work from the extractinator, and also fishing crates, is a little complicated, so let's go over that. First, the game randomly selects a reward using these weights, easy enough. But after that, to determine a quantity, it does a series of checks to determine if the number changes and by how much. We default to 1, then have a 1 in 20 chance to up the count, and if that succeeds, then we randomly add 1 or 0. Meaning even if we pass the check, there's a 50% chance it doesn't change anyway. Then there's a 1 in 30 check to add 0, 1, or 2 with the same rules, and then 2 more checks that follow the same pattern. All that to say, lower numbers are much more common than higher ones. To get the maximum payout from a single extractination event, first we need to randomly get platinum coins to begin with, which is a 1 in 13,700 chance for silt and slush. Then we need to win a 1 in 20 chance, then a 1 in 2 chance, then a 1 in 30, and so on, for a final probability of 1 in 1.97 trillion to get all 11 platinum coins. So, if you have a full stack of silt, the odds that all of them have 11 plat is that number raised to the power of 9,999, which is 1 in 3.43 times 10 to the power of 122,938, or 1 in 34 octiseptuaginta nongenta quadramyrillion. Jeez. The odds of a full inventory being all max payout is 1 in 2.05 times 10 to the power of 6,269,865, or 1 in that number. These numbers are 0. This is 0. And I mean that in almost every possible sense. I know we're all super pedantic math nerds here, but if you ever have numbers this small, there are no conceivable real-world applications where this is different than 0. That being said, we're already far past the point of absurdity, and I think it's funny, me, Schmedley, so I'm keeping it. If we assume every extracted iterable item in our inventory has the maximum 11 platinum coins, that would make each stack of them 11 times heavier than the stack of coins. So now we're done with our new inventory, but commenters also brought up a few things outside of these slots, like these numbers. These are your loadouts. I forgot to talk about loadouts. Loadouts in Terraria allow you to equip multiple different sets of items in your armor, accessory, vanity, and die slots, and then swap between them. They are technically in your inventory, so there's no reason they wouldn't count towards the carry weight, and luckily they allow duplicates, so we can just take this whole section and multiply it by 3 when we do the final tally. Now let's get some bird friends. Finches can be summoned from the Finch staff and like to hang out on your head. By default, you can only summon 1, but through summoning buffs, you can have up to 3. We could go further, all the way up to 11, but that would require using lighter armor and accessories, and the extra birds wouldn't make up for the lost weight. It might not look like it, but this is a really big finch. Beak to tail is a full 8 pixels, as long as a block, which, as we know, is 2 feet. Normal earth finches cap out at closer to 0.5 feet, making these 4 times larger. Mass scales with volume, which scales with the cube of length, so if we multiply the length of our finch by 4, we can expect the mass to increase by a factor of 4 cubed, or 64. A 6-inch finch has an average mass of around 0.05 pounds, making our giant Terraria finches about 3.2 pounds each. That's heavy for a bird, trust me. Because mass scales so much faster than wingspan, you wouldn't expect them to be able to fly with that weight, but since the Terrarian can fly with wings this small, I don't think it's an issue. Speaking of things on the player's head, let's talk about their mouth, because these friends wanted me to handle food. First, let's talk about the very weird digestive system we're dealing with. When the Terrarian eats, they are well fed for a short amount of time. There's a few variations of this buff, and different foods give different variations for different spans of time. After eating, you can get rid of the buff early by either right-clicking on it or by using a toilet to produce poop, like a lot of it. The toilet interaction confirms that the end of the buff is related to the end of digestion, but altogether it means that John Terraria can either naturally metabolize food with no waste, choose to expel all of it as waste, or instantly metabolize it through sheer willpower. I'm gonna stick with option 1, because I am not prepared to figure out how any of that is biologically possible. That isn't to say that the quote-unquote normal digestion isn't weird, because while you can eat more food while digesting, it overwrites the buff and timer of the last one. Importantly, the timer will never be longer than the original length of the last food eaten, meaning no matter how many burgers you eat, they will always all be fully digested 8 minutes after you stop eating. In my last Minecraft video, I went over a very similar eating system to figure out golden apples, so I could explain 2D Steve's digestion the same way, but comments on that video had some pretty valid criticism on how I handled it. The way I modeled Minecraftian digestion was by figuring out how many eating events take place in the time it takes for one item to be digested, and then multiplying it by the mass of the food. Like all these folks pointed out, doing it that way assumes that food exists fully intact in the stomach and then immediately pops out of existence when the timer hits 0. Which is a little silly. So, to more accurately model it, I did a bunch of research on how real digestion works. Like a lot of research, it's very complicated. Luckily, I don't have to explain stuff like lag phases or Michaelis-Menten kinetics, because most of the more confusing details either won't change the outcome much or depend on variables that we simply do not know. So, unless Relogic gives us canon details about the enzyme saturation in the Terrarian's gut, we'll have to do what the more simplified models of digestion do, and treat it as a straightforward case of first-order kinetics, which is a fancy chemistry term that basically just means exponential decay. Modeling this properly did take a few tries, but I don't want this video to just turn into Schmedley explains differential equations, because that sounds awful. So here are the spark notes. Here's the basic form of exponential decay. This is the initial mass of our food, this is the time passed, and this is the rate it decays at. This is called Euler's number. It's a little under 2.8, but don't worry too much about why it's here, it just sneaks in sometimes. The rate we can determine based on how long it takes to digest, like this, where big T is total buff length, and epsilon is our practical zero, where we consider the stomach empty, since it'll never truly be 0. I'll say in this case it's 1 milligram. The problem with this setup is that it would only work if we never add more food while digesting. We could add a secondary equation like this to add more mass at regular intervals. A here is the mass of the added food, called the bolus. But then the definition for the rate no longer works. Since it's only based on digesting one burger, it can't guarantee that all the burgers are gone in 8 minutes, which they need to be. We could model each piece of food separately with parallel but independent decay like this, and that solves the issue with the rate, making this formula technically work, but from a model perspective, this describes a Terrarian that essentially has a different stomach for every burger he eats. And I don't think that's how it works. So, to guarantee it's gone in the time limit while still making sense, we need to ditch the normal exponential decay and instead use a finite extinction ODE, or ordinary differential equation. Here's the basic form of that, but for our purposes, the k term needs to be a little more involved to dynamically change the rate. Also, this new variable p is called the shape constant. More on that in a bit, but it's important that it's always less than 1. If you remember 10th grade calculus, you might recognize that this is the rate of change for mass over time, and not the mass itself. So, a quick integration later, and we get this final equation for the Terrarian digestion formula. Now we need to figure out what the
We're getting real discussions here.
heaviest food in the game is, so we know what numbers to plug in. This is where the toilet comes in handy again, because it lets us convert any food completely into human, or at least human-like, excrement before any of it has a chance to be absorbed by the body. And human feces has a semi-consistent density. This math is getting really gross. That density hovers around 66 pounds per cubic foot, and since these are placeable blocks, we can use the usual 8 cubic foot volume to find that each item is 529 pounds of crap. The number of blocks you get is related to the length of the food's buff, meaning the Golden Delight can be converted into more than any other food, at up to 141 of them, giving it a mass of at least 74,639 pounds. I already put aside my differences with CAD, so might as well pull up MATLAB, or a free alternative at least. Now we can model out our equations and plug in all our numbers. Golden Delights take 2,880 seconds to digest, they weigh 74.6 thousand pounds, and the eating animation takes 17 ticks at 60 ticks per second, so we can eat one Golden Delight every 0.28 seconds. And finally, the shape value I mentioned earlier is based on those variables we don't know, like enzyme saturation, but a reasonable estimate for human-like digestion is around 0.5, although human-like might be a bit of a stretch at this point. Write a short script, plug everything in, and we get this graph, which might look a little weird, but it is exactly what we expect. It rises quickly and then plateaus because as mass increases, it's trying to decay faster, so eventually eating every 17 frames doesn't outpace it, only replacing what was lost in that same time. We can even visualize this by zooming in. This zigzaggy pattern is because we get a sudden jump as food is added, and then it starts to digest before more is added. This cliff on the right is after we eat everything we have. In the case of this graph, I set it to one full stack, but when the food stops being added, it shoots down very quickly. It's not straight down though, it does have a curve. It's just very steep because it's trying to digest millions of pounds in 48 minutes, slowing down as it approaches 0, which is expected behavior. The maximum on this graph, which is also the maximum weight of food we can be digesting at a given time, is 8.86 million pounds. We can also consume other things, like potions, but I'm running out of time in this video, and I also don't know how much a lot of the ingredients might weigh, specifically all of these ones. If you have any ideas on what real-world equivalents to any of this stuff might be, let me know in the comments. I'll have to make another video anyway to handle, like, magic and stuff. I do have time for 2 more suggestions, though. These folks brought up that I didn't have anything in the cursor, and that it's a full usable slot that we could put another stack of items in, or maybe something else. On the topic of extra inventory slots, a few people wanted me to include the extra inventory items, like safes and piggy banks, and I didn't last time because they work identically to Minecraft's ender chests, which my comments decided didn't count. If the items I put in the piggy bank were stored in the piggy bank, then I'd be able to give it to another person and have them take them out. But since I can't do that, I don't think they're in there, so I won't include it. But if you still think it counts, each safe-like item would be a net gain of 39 inventory slots full of silt, slush, and fossils. So go ahead and add 11.6 quadrillion pounds each, or 46.4 quadrillion pounds of extra mass to the total. And then if you want to be fair to Steve and give him his version of them, then he would get an extra 236 tradecillion pounds of mass. That tangent aside, as for what to put in our last slot, like I said before, we could put more of our extract and iterable items, but as all these people brought up, we do also have a few items that augment how much gravity the Terrarian experiences. The slime mount does increase vertical speed, but the slimy saddle summoning item itself doesn't, and while on the mount, we can't move around independently, so it's hard to tell if we can actually carry stuff under these conditions. The portal gun, however, affects us whenever we're holding it, no matter what else we're carrying. The exact mass of the Aperture Science handheld portal device is never disclosed. Physics objects in the source engine that the portal games run on do have hard-coded mass values as
We are currently determining the value, the mass of something from Portal in a Terraria video. This is where we are at right now.
Pointed out by commenter BFG Fanatic 1747, but the portal gun never appears as a proper physics object in the games. It is fairly large for a handheld device and does contain a miniature black hole, but it's also made to be held by normal people, and Aperture Science already uses anti-gravity technology in things like the excursion funnels. So I'll estimate 10 pounds and we can move on to the effects it has. When holding the portal gun, all that actually changes is that your terminal velocity doubles. You don't actually accelerate faster. That being said, if we bring up our handy-dandy terminal velocity equation, a staple of the channel, we can see that nothing else could be changing except for gravity. We're falling through the same air as before, we don't pull out the gun unless we're firing, so surface area and the drag coefficient are the same, and the mass is the same since, no matter if we're holding it or not, it's still in our inventory. If we rearrange the equation to solve for gravity, we can see that doubling terminal velocity, while keeping all that other stuff the same, makes gravity go up by a factor of 2 squared. Gravity in Terraria is already really weird. Unlike most games, where it's constant everywhere, it does decrease as you get further from the planet, but not only does it decrease significantly at much lower distances than it should, it also decreases linearly with distance, instead of by the inverse square. That might not sound like a big deal, but that alters the entire foundation of orbital mechanics and relativity, and even the more conventional physics that we've been weighing stuff with. And I am not qualified to talk about how all that stuff would change. I know I research stuff pretty hard sometimes, but at the end of the day, I'm just a guy with Google and a calculator. I don't exactly have access to Harvard astrophysicists. So I'm gonna stick with the portal gun quadruples gravity and not worry about the rest. Now that's everything, so we can tally it all up. If we add our coins, stars, inventory, all 3 loadouts, and the extra tools, then summon some finches, fill our stomach, and grab a portal gun, then, after accounting for both the increased gravity of Terraria and the multiplier from the portal gun, the new maximum carrying capacity of the Terrarian is 342 quadrillion 981 trillion 14 billion 8,549,727 pounds, which is 1.53 petanewtons, 156 quadrillion kilograms, and 130 trillion 2,500 elantras. That's over 40 times heavier than the final total of last time. And like I mentioned, we aren't even fully done. But as always, if you're still confused by those numbers, then, in more understandable units, the Terrarian can lift 2.05 quadrillion of the Terrarian themselves, 62.2 quintillion, 1917 inverted double-struck pennies, 130 quadrillion IKEA jungle skog, 8.24 trillion 435 case IH Steigers, 2.78 quadrillion Vegetas, 1.04 quintillion russet potatoes, 8.64 quadrillion Mona Lisas, 4.44 trillion printed Wikipedia, 7.78 quintillion maximum gold Eldorado booster packs, 2.22 quadrillion Tom Scott, and a very small fraction of 1 Earth. It's still not quite as much as Minecraft Steve can lift, especially with how much his capacity shot up in the most recent part of the Minecraft series, but it's still a lot. At the end of last video,
On screen is a depiction of Steve's carrying capacity listed as 5,000 Milky Ways.
I asked the comments which of the two would win in a fight, and it turns out the answer depends on how you interpret it. I even made a short talking about how Steve's netherite could be anywhere from early hard mode level to beyond endgame in Terraria. General consensus among the comments seems to be that Steve wins if they both spawn in and immediately brawl, but the Terrarian wins if they have prep time to gather gear, kinda like a Batman vs Superman situation. Also, shout out to all the people saying they wouldn't even fight at all, and instead they'd just vibe. I like that. I especially like this headcanon, where the newer updates that give Steve new weapons and the Terrarian an increased stack size is because they're helping each other out. Truly, this is the good ending. For a new hypothetical, let me know in the comments who you think would win in a battle royale between these two, the farmer from Stardew Valley, the protector from Starbound, the seraph from Vintage Story, and the miner from 4D Miner. While you're down there, let me know what units you understand, if I missed anything, and what you think about those potion ingredients. So in the meantime, just know, the Terrarian can easily eat your whole family in one sitting. And stay nice, everyone.
Conclusion, everybody. We really got there. Oh, hey, Demon Scythe. Also, we got a Guy Voodoo doll during that. Also, shoutouts to that particular video with the segment on all the alternative units, where they showed all the commenters who suggested things. And wouldn't you know it, the person who suggested the Yu-Gi-Oh! Booster Packs was a very handsome individual. Still no Obsidian Rose yet, but we did get our Magma Stone to shimmer into a lava thing, which meant that our time spent fishing before we came up here was completely pointless. But I did see at least an imp. Oh, cool! If we fail the Wall of Flesh, we can try again. Oh my god! No, it dropped a Demon Scythe as well. Wonder what the odds on that are to drop both in one go. Words. What was I saying? Right, so I haven't been paying that much attention, but I have seen at least one fire amp spawn and get immediately nuked by my minions. So I know they are spawning, we just haven't got the obsidian rose yet. I should totally add more platforms, though. Yeah. Alright, I was going to move the dryad back in here and haven't done it yet. Hey, girl. Oh, yeah, shoutouts to the Fire Blossom Planter Box being available. I don't know why it is available. It just is now. Do I have the paint sprayer? What am I saying? I already have the Architect Gizmo pack. And that's all the stuff that... Or not the Architect Gizmo, the Hind of Creation. So what's the one he's... Oh, gosh. Hold on. Paint sprayer, which one are you for? For the Hand of Creation or Architect Gizmo pack? Architect Gizmo pack. No, the Architect Gizmo pack was for the Hand of Creation. Okay, yeah, so I'm like another step ahead already. Okay. Really don't worry about it. Do. I'm gonna have to resort these chests to need some dividing, I think. The thing I want to do is turn these into platforms. Gonna making multiple layers. Yeah. Block now. It's been bothering me. Hot dog. I thought I bought too many planter boxes, but I didn't buy enough. Girl, oh god. She's going places. not Winclove. She's not gonna make it to the jungle alive, I think. Oh well. Let me double check you. Just in case there was something I glossed over, now you don't have like the roller skates or anything. I have blue chicken egg from Stardew Valley though. Oh, he's traveling. Alright. Now we'll let my minions go off. I should have brought a water candle. That's probably fine. No, it bothers me. I'm going to go get one. Do I have extras is the fun question of the day. I have 24 of them, I sure do. This hotted dog away. Now we let my minions go wild. Acquire from me an obsidian rose, my children. We need to name our new guys, by the way. Of course we have Frogger, but what do we call our imp and our hornet? I may have to survey the Discord. See if there's a community consensus. You know, I'll do that now. There we go. Asking the real questions, as always. This is with a water candle. Do I need to go get a battle potion as well? What do I need to make those? In case I don't have any. Deathweed and rotten chunks. That's certainly doable. I have some. Battle potion and water candle. That should do some things. I'm actually going to AFK for a second, be right back. And I'm back. You know, I'm gonna check our Fire Imp kill count. 16. Not the worst. Let's see what the drop rate is. 1 in 20, 5%. Okay. I'll just go ahead and check my Pokemon sleep results. Finally get around to that. I never do it in the morning because I can't be bothered in the morning, you know? Let's get back to reviewing your sleep results from last time. I see another magma stone is dropped, which I guess I'm gonna sell. Oh hey, look, another cascade. I'm surprised it took this long. Oh, I got an Eevee sleeping on top of Snorlax. Hey, there's a voodoo demon. Yay, my bonus biscuit crit on the Eevee. Max friendship points. Yippee! There go the freaking magma snail procession. Friendship level 55 with Eevee. Can you tell I've been grinding Eevees for a shiny Eevee? What do you mean my device is currently offline? No, it isn't. Let's get back to reviewing your sleep results. Yeah, I bet. Yep, I still get to go through all the same UI things I already went through because it backtracked me like a minute. Because it didn't feel like speaking up earlier about my supposed offlineness. Whoa, friendship level 55! What a shocker! Okay, there we go. Yeesh. Pokemon Sleep has so much, like, animations and sequences and stuff to go through where you just kind of can't do anything. It's like, watch our cutscene, boy. For the 5 billionth time. I have almost 2,000 Eevee candy now. This is ridiculous. I just want my shiny Eevee so I can have a shiny Umbreon. Is that too much to ask? I have like 5 billion other shinies, including duplicates. Like, oh, thank God I have 2 shiny Arboks. That's what I really wanted, is 2 shiny Arboks. Yeesh. You know what? Why don't I go through the list of all the shinies I have in Pokemon Sleep? Most of which I do not care for, particularly. Some I like, but... Let's see. Shiny Venusaur. 2 shiny Charizards. Shiny Blastoise. 2 shiny Raticate. 2 shiny Arbok. Shiny Clefable. 2 shiny Wigglytuff. 2 shiny Dugtrio. Shiny Golduck. Is that shiny? Shiny Primeape. Shiny Arcanine. Shiny Victreebel. Shiny Golem. Shiny Marowak. Shiny Ampharos. Shiny Quagsire. Shiny Tyranitar. 2 shiny Altaria. Shiny Banette. Shiny Walrein. Shiny Drifblim. Shiny Toxicroak. Shiny Weavile. Shiny Magnezone. Shiny Togekiss. Shiny Musharna. Shiny Vikavolt. Shiny Quaquaval. And that's it. That's it, I say. That's as if that's just a minor amount. There's too many of them. How's our fire ant kill count at? 17. We have killed 1 since I last checked the bestiary. Well, the battle potion ran out too. Oof. Oh, there was one. I do feel a little bad about it too, the fact that I have to farm them, because their new sprite is so cute. Oh, nice having minions just do the farming for you, though, you know? I could check Tumblr right now. Let me make some cake for my Snorlax first. I wonder how many snails I could have grabbed by now if I'd been, like, active at it. Although, some of them would definitely require me to leave the spawn zone, which would just cause meteorites to show up instead for a few moments, which would be annoying. 100th lava slime. Alright, tumbler it is. Ah, yes, here's a good post I just got out of my queue that I found the other day. I had forgotten about until just now. Oh, let's wait for that bone serpent to go by because he makes noise. Wow, my minions didn't kill in one pass, they're slacking. Oh, there's a fire imp. Did not drop the rose. Alright. Miss Word, it's MS Word, I'll originally read it. Miss Word, Miss Excel, and Miss PowerPoint are all snooty, disagreeable ladies who won't speak to me due to my meager dowry. But then I meet their beautiful sister, Miss Paint, who's clumsy but charming, and we fall in beautiful love, and I become Mr. Paint. Oh hey, there's another fire imp. They're much more animated now, too. Ah yes, the post-of cookie clicker guy with a screenshot of his Tumblr messages with a 20 on it, and what could possibly be in there? And then a screenshot of his messages where someone posts two horses in a very foggy field with the caption, "Please come home, white boy." And then they write, "I miss you." And then, "Oh my god, wrong person, I'm so sorry, ignore me, I'm so sorry." Please come home, white boy. It's a fantastic thing to send to somebody, I think, whether you meant to or not. You know what I should do? Just, real quick. Let me just plop a couple of these down. Assuming that I can. Yes. Here's another Tumblr post for you. The Smash Bros. Cast swapping anecdotes about their various evil doppelgangers, and Mario getting into an argument about whether Wario counts. Someone else adds, surprisingly, Mario is arguing that Wario does not count, as he has literally never made that connection in his life. You can't just say every fat Italian in overalls is a Mario counterpart. He's his own person with hopes and dreams. Evil hopes and dreams, but still. Daisy, meanwhile, manages to argue very convincingly that Peach should be considered her evil doppelganger. Wario is playing devil's advocate because being Mario's evil doppelganger is great for business. If he was just some guy, nobody would buy WarioWare. Samus. Yeah, Dark Samus is kind of like a Metroid that stole my parent and tried to kill me. Wario lying through his teeth. That's the same thing with a Mario and me. Could you imagine how annoying Terraria would be if, like, there was a despawn timer on items? Look at all these silver coins. I think some of the copper coins have been coagulating on the ground. That's a thing now that items will attempt to stack if there's too many. Oh, there's a fire imp and no rose. I wonder if we'll see any of them coagulate into a gold coin. Meteor doesn't show up until 28 minutes into Cars. Incredible restraint in filmmaking. If you think that's crazy, listen to this. In the movie Alien, director Ridley Scott waited until a full hour of the movie had passed to finally show Meteor on screen. This really is gameplay, isn't it? Remembers I have battle potions. Oh, the blood moon is rising. That's good, actually. It'll up the spawn rates even further. At least it should. I think it still does that. I don't know why it wouldn't. Blue Sky feed update. My friend has made a snowman. Yippee. Stretch it a little. Pull up Solitaire on my phone. It's like I barely even can walk around, you know, so... So then I'll exit the, spawning region. And we don't want that. Oops. Hey, Ace of Diamonds. Yeah, I mean, although it was a daily challenge from several days ago, I'd already gotten partway through. Well, it's from Friday, apparently. No, no, like last Friday, the 24th. No, I don't want to play a Solitaire Plus. The challenge 23rd, even not the 24th. What? Freaking deceptive mobile ads are the worst. Like, ah, yes. There's an ad for a different Solitaire app in here. And it, like, shows, like, an official looking update required. Click here to download the new update text box in the middle of the screen. Really, really, really hate that. I mean, I hate ads in general, but deceptive ads are especially bad. Like, you think your own product isn't good enough to sell based just on its own merits? You have to try and trick people? It's just friggin' telling on themselves, isn't it? Self-report, as it were. Not to mention, you know, unethical. I would say. Yeah, this experience is almost ASMR, except for the parts where it isn't. Alright, level 4 kings out. And I think I'm stuck. Yep, stuck. Don't you just love when you play a game of solitaire that's supposed to be winnable and then you make moves that make sense at the time, only to discover, oh, by the way, that was wrong, apparently. Is that Cobweb? What in the heck dropped Cobweb? I'm gonna go for a run to collect everything just real quick. Change of pace, something to do. And it's, you know, satisfying. $10 gold. 12 gold, 86 silver. Oh my god, that's absurd. And still it begins again. I'm out of battle potions. How many fire items are we up to? 36. What do I need to make, though? Deathweed and Rotten Chunk. Deathweed's definitely not a problem. I don't know how many Rotten Chunks I have. I do have an Artificial Corruption, so I can go farm some if needed. Would you believe I already have a Cascade? This may come as a surprise. Oh, there's another 7 gold just from selling those. Chunks, huh? I have 2 of those. Let's perhaps go and get some more. Now I'm gonna have to replace this grass underneath here at some point before hard mode, because I think in hard mode vines can spread corruption, which would be a bit of an issue for me. I do not want my entire bridge getting corrupted, strangely enough. I just put some candy cane. A traveling merchant. Maybe he'll have a ghee. They're not corruption enemies. What are you doing here? Oh, 50th flying fish. I'll go check on the traveling merchant first. Hey, you're here. Cool, 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 cool. Oh, he's a warning. Bedazzled next year. Oh, a gi. Perfect. Throw that on. So this is now our set. Think you can thank the Terraria wiki for this one, this recommendation. A bit out there, but it is what it is. Obviously, once we get to hard mode, we will specialize more than this. Also, let me just preemptively... Not the banner window. I just combine those two together preemptively. What was I... Right. Potions. Battle potions. I have one, but let's make more. Surely we won't need that many, right? Right, guys? Right? That should probably be plenty. Better be. Freaking 8 of them? But once we get this Obsidian Rose, we will have our Terra Spark boots. And that'll probably be a good spot to call it, too. We haven't gotten roller skates yet for the Traveling Merchant, but there's time for that. And also time for them to get nerfed anyway. Apparently they're very good. Maybe too good. I actually have the empty accessory slot. That's poor form of me. Look at those snails go. Aren't they just kind of grooving? We are getting so many voodoo demons. I mean, I suppose that does give us a lot of attempts with the Wall of Flesh. Let me... What was I about to look at, right? Calculator. Let's see how our odds are. So we've killed 42 fire imps. Number of kills, 42. Chance of drop, 1 in 20. Alright, apparently we should have had a, 88.4% chance to have gotten one by now. And an 11.6% chance to have not gotten one. So, well... $7 in my inventory. I see 3 more on screen. Hey, at least they stack. Oh, there's a... Nope. No rows. Number of kills, 43. 88.9... Basically an 89% chance we would have gotten it by now. And an 11% chance that we did not. Yep. That's... real great. Feels good to be a statistical outlier. I was gonna say statistical anomaly, but I mean, 11% is not that unlikely. It's just annoying to be on that end of the curve. Someone statistically has to be. So therefore, it's me. These nails really are just vibing, though, aren't they? They're just like doo 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 doo. Thinking about my minions and the configuration of them I have. Technically, I'm not quite following the wiki's advice, because the wiki would really like me to have a Flinks staff, which, is not going to happen. I mean, I guess I technically haven't checked the underground snow to see if it works the same as the underground desert does, and that we'd still get snow enemies, so I don't know, maybe we do get flinxes, but then again, I think they're also supposed to only actually spawn on, like, snow and ice blocks, so I think background walls ain't gonna cut it. Now look, another magma stone. What's the drop chance of the magma stone? Let's find out. Wow, the magma stone is a 1 in 50 to be dropped by lava bats. Admittedly, lava bats? Admittedly, we've killed over 400 of them. So part of the problem we are running into is just that the fire imps are just not really wanting to spawn too much. I wonder, what if I do this? I know that some things have their spawn rate affected by whether you're moving, and I don't know whether being grappled onto something counts. I know that if you have like an infinite flight mount, sitting in midair counts as moving. I don't have that. I have Lord Bumblesworth the 12th. Who I do like aesthetically, but I don't think that this counts as moving. 100th demon! We don't even have a fire banner yet. God, look at that get wiggle. He's so vibing. Man, the bee hat looks so bad on Space Cowboy. It just doesn't look good. Maybe I'll use that ninja hat as a cosmetic or something, vanity slot. Or just put the meteor armor fully back in the vanity slots, that'd be funny. Or 150th bat. These campfires better not be working like sunflowers. Nope. Just one flower. That's all I need. Just one. Oh, we got up to 48 kills without noticing. That's fascinating. Oh, like there's one that died off screen. Well, okay. I guess we take those. Would have loved a greater indication that that had happened, but I guess better that we have it than that we don't. Anyway, now that we have it... Not you. I might put this stuff away first. Sell the extra magma stone, because I don't need it. Got 11 guide voodoo dolls. Tinker's workbench is here. Let's make the lava waders. Finally, the Terra Spark boots, which we will go ahead and reforge to be warding also. There we go, warding. And let's get one last accessory. First, armor. How does this look? Better. Not perfect, but better. I think it'll do. Accessories. I think we... Oops, we got 2 of these. We don't need 2. We'll take a magma stone. Just because I can't be bothered to go and get the other one I wanted, which is feral claws. Toolbox would be funny. Because the other option is I try and get myself some fledgling wings. But, I mean, I have the Terra Sparks. I don't know that I need the fledgling wings, really, at this point. So yeah, let's do the magma stone. Why not? That, I got the key. I don't have the roller skates. I think I can't be bothered with the pylons at this point. Or additional ones, rather. I think I have all the fast travel I really need already. Because I don't know where I would put Mushroom. Aether is already really close to my ocean anyway. And the Underworld is redundant. Unless I have some other reason to be down there. Like, I don't know, maybe there's like later like No, there wouldn't be an underground Hallow. Oh god, there's not going to be an underground Hallow. Worry about that later. Yeah, I think... God, I think next time we might actually start hard mode. That's entirely possible. We might just... Does Space Cowboy have hair? No, he's bald. He's a Martian. Also, sorry if I'm messing with your plans for art by changing his outfit. But, yeah. I think we will probably leave it here for the time being. Maybe I could get some dyes to really mess with everything. Nah. But yeah, thanks to those who came. Sorry that a lot of it was standing around. But, see you guys next time for more Meteor World. Bye bye bye.